Oh, that coffee is so good. Oh my gosh. Yummy. Alright, let's do the ritual pop outs. Where is Rumble? Pop out. Okay. YouTube. Oh, somebody wants in. That's him telling me I want inside the room. What's up, Star? Hold on. I'm gonna have to let him in. Pop out. What is this? Twitch. Manu. Manu. Let him in. Come on, Manu. Manu. Come on. Manu. That's the baby. Yeah, the baby's inside. He's here now. Just finished the show. I'm done for the night. Oh, let me take my medication. And have my cheesecake. That is so yummy. So, the forecast models have changed already for this storm in the Gulf. And the Euro and the American have come closer together, and it's not good. As of tonight, it's gotten worse. The forecast model. So, this is Wednesday early in the morning. This is the Euro, which has it going in pretty much the same area it's been saying. Now, the one that turned drastic is the American, much more to the west. And definitely stronger. Now, that American model has changed drastically. It's actually west of the Euro, which it wasn't. Now, that's bad because both models have shifted to the west, meaning this one is taking this interior curving, where now you're going to have a tropical system, much needed rain throughout all of the Carolinas. But the other model is scarier. So there it is, Panhandle. Now it's inland, it's overland. And you got a lot of onshore flow into the Carolinas. Not strong, but it's there. But the bad one is the Euro hasn't changed. And the Euro has a fucking hurricane right hugging the coast of the Carolinas. This has shifted slightly to the west, like I was worried about. And now this thing is just churning right off the coast and hugging the coast. So this is not a good model. It has the eye hugging the coast. And you have that onshore flow coming in. And the eye stays over water, which is bad. So this is not a good forecast. The models are deteriorating. And you've got an onshore flow going right into the Carolinas. Much needed rain, but you have a serious system now forecasted by the Euro off your coast. If you live in Georgia, Carolinas, you definitely need to watch your weather. Now again, this is the Euro. The American now has it making landfall as a hurricane. Wednesday morning, the Panhandle. That changed. The Euro changed slightly, that the eye is more to the west, hugging the coastline. This has landfall on the Panhandle, and it's over open water. That will be a hurricane if that model is correct. So now they're already showing intensification. Now we're gonna have to keep an eye on these models over the next few days, but this is not good. That's a hurricane making landfall Apalachicola. Wednesday, 10 a.m. So the models have changed for the worst. The models have gotten worse. One shows this landfall, the other one shows a hurricane hugging the Carolina coastline. So watch your weather if you live Panhandle of Florida and up and down southeast coast of the United States. This is not good. It's actually showing it getting stronger than they originally thought. So be mindful of this. Like I said, I'm sure they're talking about it in the local weather centers, forecasts. They must be talking about this now. In the Carolinas, Georgia, it's like Charleston, and in the Panhandle, Florida, and Florida itself. But that is not good. Either way you look at it, it could be a strong storm, not a strong hurricane. A strong storm for the Panhandle, or a hurricane that hugs the Carolina coastline, and definitely hugging the coastline. Not offshore, right offshore, hugging the coastline. Bad. And that's warm water. Bad. So they brought the eye closer to shore. Now this is a good thing that most of the energy is to the south, because it's trying to develop, because the land is interacting, which is good. What you don't want to see is that. Now let's see what they show in the future for models, because that is a hurricane developing rapidly with that warm, juicy water. Rapid intensification is a definite in this area. Definite. So, this is bad news. Either way. American model, this one. Again, it's a fast mover. Thank God for that. But it's going to rapidly develop. Or the American on Wednesday morning. Panhandle. Either one is not a good scenario right now. So we're just going to have to closely monitor. Stop it. We're going to have to closely monitor this in the next few days. Now, it's not going to affect up here, mid-Atlantic, northeast, because it's going to curve out to sea no matter what it does. But this is not good. This one takes it inland and slowing down. A lot of flooding rain. If this was to be the case, a lot of flooding rain along the Carolinas. Lots. Because it's moving slow now. It's barely moving. It's right here. A lot of onshore flow. A lot of flooding if it were to take this track. And now it's finally moving offshore here. That's the eye right there. That's Friday. Remember, this is the American model. And now it's starting to go east out into the Atlantic. So it won't affect New England or New York, Northeast. It's going to make that turn and go out. But boy, oh boy, is it going to dump a lot of rain along the Carolinas if it's going with the American model. The Euro has it going offshore as a fucking full-blown hurricane. And I'm a little concerned with this high pressure. It might push this inland toward us up here. But we're going to have to see. See, it's not moving too much. It's going more northerly. See that? See how it's going more northerly? Now it's starting to jog. It all depends on this high pressure. If it steers it away. So we need to be careful up here. Got to be careful here. If the Euro model, where is it going to take it? Now there's a high pressure right there. But it's so far away, I don't know if it's going to be good enough to curve it out. There could be a front coming through here, but I don't see it. I see a storm way up there. That's not going to influence it. Too far away. So we need to watch on the East Coast. If the Euro model, this next weekend for Labor Day, for us, Carolinas is definitely going to get it if this model is true. Carolinas is going to get a serious tropical storm / hurricane. It's hugging the coast. But because it's so close to the coastline, land interference will keep it from really developing. But that water is so warm, it just wants to explode. That's scary. And like I said, it's early yet. Still got 5 days. This needs to be watched carefully. If you live from Hatteras down to Georgia, even northern Florida, Jacksonville, you need to watch this. If you live in the Panhandle, Panama City, Apalachicola, the American model is showing a hurricane making landfall to you. Wednesday morning. Right there. So both models are not good. What's up, SMA 22? Enough weather. I just wanted to go over this because people need to be made aware that you could have a storm heading your way in middle of next week. And we need to be careful up here by next weekend. Not me, I'm inland. I'm 100 miles or more away from ocean, coastline. Long Island, New Jersey, points north and east. I'm actually curious what they're saying about our 7-day forecast. I don't think they're even talking about it yet. They are talking about this storm now. I saw this earlier. It's the same article, so. But I want to see what they're saying for me by next Friday. Curious. Probably nothing. It's too far away. Yep. They're not even saying nothing is going to happen next weekend. So they haven't even put it in our forecast model yet. But it's possible. I'm seeing it. So this forecast will change over the next few days. Let's see if I'm right. By Sunday, my local forecast may change. I'm curious what they're saying in the Carolinas now. Let's pick on Charleston and Georgia. Let's see. Chance of thunderstorms. No, that's not it. Chance of thunderstorms. Thunderstorms. Tuesday night. So they're not even. It's not even in their forecast models right now. That's South Carolina. So that they're not even forecasting it right now. Let's see. It's coming though. And this starts in a little over an hour. So SpaceX, it's scheduled to launch at 3:27 a.m. So the coverage begins, but it's a long coverage. Because it's the astronauts getting suited up, driving over to the launch pad, going up the elevator, getting on, doing all the checks. So even though it says 67 minutes from now, that launch isn't going to happen until 3:27 a.m. Eastern time. So this is hours away. So plenty of time for that. Personally, I don't know if I'm staying up to 3:27 to watch it. But I say that because if I start watching it and I have coffee, I'm ready, I probably will stay up. Now, I don't know what the weather is tomorrow. Here, I do have things to do. Do I not have things to do? Always. Tomorrow it's going to be humid, clouds and sun. A thunderstorm cannot be ruled out. 84. It says 82, but real feels 84 with the humidity. So tomorrow might be just a chill out day in the pool, because there's not many pool days left. Sunday showers, mid 70s next week. and then 80s for Labor Day weekend, unless we have a storm. So summer's about to say bye-bye. Already. Unbelievable. What's up, Omar? I don't know if you saw the weather, Marco, but it's not good for that storm. I'm not going over it again. But the eye is two models. One has it hugging the Carolina coastline. The other one has it now making landfall on the panhandle of Florida as a hurricane. So the models have gotten worse. That could change. It changed from this morning to now. But the models just got worse. So it could change tomorrow, it could change Sunday, it could change every freaking minute. But right now, it got worse. So hopefully, it will change. Craziness. And the screwed up thing is, the American is now west of the euro. It jumped over the euro and is now forecasting a western landfall by Apalachicola Panhandle as a fucking full-blown Cat 1 hurricane at the minimum. The euro still pretty much is on target, but the eye is not as offshore as it was. It's hugging the Carolina coastline now. It shifted west too. Yeah. That's all you can do. Is hope for the best. And usually that ends up being what happens. It doesn't, all this, because they exaggerate on the, oh, we're going to get a hurricane. It's going to be the end of the fucking world. No, it's not. It's just going to be a lot of rain and gusty wind. But what's bad about, what's actually good, exactly, but here's what I was going to say. The inland model is going to provide a lot of much needed rain to that whole area because it's going to slow down as it goes inland, and it's going to really slow down and bring a lot of moisture for about 2 to 3 days because the low is not going to move much. It's actually going to stall as it moves inland and then eventually make the right hand turn to go out in the ocean. So that's a good thing because it won't be a hurricane, it won't be a tropical storm, but it's going to have a lot of much needed rain for that area. Beneficial rain if it slows down. So that's a good thing. If it takes that inland course, path. That would be a good thing. I don't want the Euro model either to be true. Because not only is it going to hug Carolina coastline, it's going to potentially come up the coast. Because there's a high pressure pushing it in. It could affect us up here. But we don't need rain. Not up here. You guys need rain. We don't. We had crazy rain this morning again. We don't need the rain here. We're oversaturated. But you guys need the rain. We don't. So yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on the forecast models over the next few days. But right now it's still too early. You gotta wait till like Sunday, Monday. Sunday really should know. It's still a little early. The only thing is that water's warm. I'm not worried about the Carolinas. I'm worried about the Panhandle. Because that's open water for development. They could get a Cat 1. If it has time, it could be a Cat 2. That's what I'm worried about, the Panhandle. I'm not worried about Carolinas. It's over land. Half of the storm is over land. It's not going to intensify. It's got to be completely out of open water like it is in the Gulf. That's the scary one. Land interaction will allow it to develop. Anyway. No way. They're not even showing it in the forecast. So Wednesday morning, right here, with the American. I can't believe the American was so off. Way off. That's the one I'm worried about. Because that is a hurricane. That's a hurricane about to make landfall right there. That's a hurricane. Yeah, I got the coffee ready. Could be a Cat 1. It's still a hurricane. That's the... Jesus Christ, where's that coming from? That's the one I'm worried about. That model, the American. Because that storm is over. Open water, very warm water. And that has definitely intensified since this morning on the map model, meaning that this is a Cat 1 hurricane. Gonna have to watch it. Are they gonna show it stronger, weaker over the next couple days? That is a fucking hurricane right there, making landfall. And like I said, going inland up into here slows down. This is Wednesday. Friday, it's still gonna be here. It's now here. So it's gonna slow down as it makes landfall. And it's just gonna bring much needed rain in these areas. You got a lot of onshore flow here. Here it is right there, the leftover, if the American is right. So you got a lot of moisture in here for a couple days. And then it finally, by Friday, is heading offshore by Saturday. And it's gone. It goes out to sea. The euro, on the other hand, is not so good for us. So now the euro has it offshore. Definitely a full-blown hurricane. Warm water. After going through the Carolinas and hugging the Carolina coast. Right there. Hugging the coast. Now, the only reason this is not going to be a bad storm, because half of it is over land, and it's not going to allow it to intensify rapidly. This side is going to be strong. That's over water. But half of it, the wraparound, is over land, which is not going to allow it to develop until it gets out over the water again. Then you start to see the intensification all around the damn thing. There's no land interaction. And then it's going to be tricky, because there's a high pressure, and it may not allow it to go out to sea. There's a fucking weak high here. Will it? There's the high. Deepening. It ain't going that way. No fucking way is it going that way. That's a block. And now look at it. It's jogging to the north. Now the latest one has it going that way. Okay, they just changed this model. That's interesting. They have it going offshore a little bit now. Wasn't like that an hour ago. But this needs to be watched because of the steering winds. This could be a storm for Maine. It could potentially steer right up into here or Nova Scotia. Don't know yet. it could push right into the East Coast again as a hurricane, but really when it gets this far north, it's subtropical. Exactly, it could turn into another Sandy situation. It could. I'm not saying it is. So we have to worry about this model too, the Euro model for us up here, because of this high pressure. Now, if this high pressure, which is a strong one, is more to the west, we are fucked. It's that simple. It's a matter of a couple of 100 miles. The models have to be precise. If that could push it right in. Or even if it pulls out, it weakens, and then it's no longer influenced by that high. But look at this. You have two storms right next to each other. It's tricky. But that's a big high. Now, if it was to be a little bit more to the west, the high could curve it away. But the high is all the way over here. Is it going to be an influence? Not really. And there's no system here. It's way up in Canada. That's not going to influence it either. The winds are generally going to the north. This could be scary for us. It's going to be close. What's up, Bob? So, we're not out of the woods with this one either. In the northeast New England. No way. On the Euro model. Now, again, that's Euro. American doesn't even have that. American has it out to sea. It's not even on the map. It's not even visible. But the bad, scary part is this: they have the high here, and here's the low. Now, what does that tell you? That's the actual low on the American of the hurricane. American model. If both models were combined, and if that high is true, what is that? What happens to this? It definitely is not going to the right. It's going to be pushed right up. Has nowhere to go. But this doesn't have a storm that's really developing. See, the high is now out there. It's starting to drift out. It's all disorganized. Way disorganized. This one has it completely. But see, it's stopped. It's right here. It just has it shredded by the shear. And I can't even tell if this is it now. Oh, that looks like a face almost. And it kind of looks like this is what's left over. And there's more of a front coming offshore here. So this is going to be a tricky one. And let me just see what's going on for Africa. Nothing bad. What is the euro showing? Nothing bad. All right, so that's good. Going into September, early September, that's not a bad forecast model. Both the euro and the American. high pressure, so that's good. That's a good forecast after this initial one. So again, it's just this one to focus on right now. That's the one we need to keep an eye on right now. American model. That is a hurricane. That ain't no tropical storm. That's a hurricane. That's a Cat 1. So that's the one right now that we have to keep attention to. Enough of that. So in about 50 minutes, the coverage for Crew 7 starts. Still got plenty of time for this. And it's not to launch, if it launches, till 3:27 a.m. It could be, yeah, Mike, it's too early. By Sunday night, we'll have an idea with the models. It could be. Now, I'm just going to let you know, Mike. I'm going to try to go. They're picking up the telescope here tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Sunday, they're going to pick up the telescope from my house. There's going to be a ceremony. I've been invited. I should call his ass. Tom. Fuck, where's my phone now? There's going to be... Damn, my sunflower seeds fell. There's going to be a ceremony next Saturday at the Monument Park for the telescope. Oh shit, I'm dying. That's too funny. Now this thing weighs a ton. It's heavy, and I can't lift it because I was told not to lift anything for 2 to 3 weeks over 10 pounds with the surgery, because you can make this shift. I'm not taking those chances. So there's a guy coming here Sunday to pick up the telescope, but I'm going to call his ass right now. He better pick up. Where are you?
My living room.
Oh, good. So he's coming. Ryan's going to pick it up Sunday.
Oh, cool. Okay.
The reason I was actually going to drive it to him on Thursday, but then I forgot that the doctor said I'm not to lift anything over 10 pounds for 2 to 3.
No, man, it's all good. I got
For 2 to 3 weeks. So this, you know that fucker's heavy.
Yeah, I got the measurements from the factory.
Awesome. Awesome.
Oh, it's
No.
all set.
Now let me ask you a question. Because
He has to have it no later in his hands. He's got to have it by no later than Monday. It's going in. It's going in like Monday or Tuesday.
well, Ryan's going to pick it up Sunday.
Well, he's got to get it to the Canaan fire department immediately.
What?
They've got to order a sleeve for it to go into the ground.
I know. I was told. The whole explanation was told to me. Wait a minute. Where is this Canaan Fire Department?
About 3 miles from the park.
Shit, man. If I didn't have to work tomorrow, I could have took it tomorrow.
Well, yeah. He's all edgy about it.
Who is?
The people who's throwing it.
Wait a minute. Time out. So let's just say hypothetically, if I was to try to get my neighbors to pack it in my car, which it's possible it could fit if I take it out of the boxes. Is the Canaan Fire Department you said?
Well, that's where his son works. I think we go to the fire department, then we're going to follow somebody to his house right next to it. So it's right next to the fire department, but I don't know, a mile or so away. But the point is, here's the thing: Parks and Recreation is installing it. The ex-vice president of Parks and Recreation, and he's doing it as a favor to, help with the park. But he's going away too, because it's Labor Day weekend, and so are his friends who's actually going to install it. So they've got to install it, like early to midweek.
Right.
Because they're not going to be there. We can mount the telescope to the top of the pole, but they've got to get the sleeve, get the pole, dig it, make sure it's 4 feet below the frost line. They want to make sure it's dead nuts, level.
Shit.
And all that, and then they have to have guide wires on it and make sure it doesn't drift, and they got to go back the next day and make sure it's perfect.
All right, let me ask you this question.
Uh,
If I was to pack the fucking car up, is it somewhere that I could drive it tomorrow to be dropped off so they could have it as soon as possible?
I can make the call with you in our conference call tomorrow, yeah. Sooner the better.
The reason I mean, is Ryan going to take it from here right to that place on Sunday? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. And this is what's happening is they're doing it to make sure. They've already been in touch with Louis from the, they're all part of the whole Sheffield Yellowstone thing, right? They all think they're badasses. And everything's good. Go. Louis is good. Everybody knows it's going in. No one's going to give anybody shit. He's like, Tom, I don't have this stuff. I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm trying to do a favor for you. I'm like, I know. Well.
Shit.
It's finally going in, and it's going in by the Vice President of Parks and Recreation. But he's got to have it because Labor Day people are going away.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
I don't...
want to have it put in, on its anniversary, or at least close to it.
And that's going to be Saturday, the ceremony?
It's not a ceremony. There's no ceremony.
Oh, I thought there was going to be some kind of an event at the park on Saturday, you told me. September 2nd.
I did tell you something was happening there. It's not a ceremony.
So what's going... There's nothing going on there?
A lot going on there. Investigations, whole fucking video shoot. We're filming for Amazon Prime.
Oh, okay, so... It's not like open to the public. This is a private thing that's going to be filmed for a documentary.
The park's always open to the public.
But you're going to be filming on it.
We're going to be filming for 4 straight days. And the park is Saturday, which is when we're doing a reenactment in the bridge, and we're filming the telescope top being put on. And we've got a professional film crew there, Black Magic cameras, Sony cameras, 4K drones, a whole fucking crew's gonna be there.
Wow.
Yeah, Alpha's gonna be there.
Who's going to be there?
Alpha, I think Mark D'Antonio.
Yeah, I was talking to Mark. He wasn't sure what was going on, and I told him Saturday.
Yeah, I've told him. We all told him. I don't know why. If he doesn't go, it's his loss. I mean, really. This is.
No, but I'm gonna. He wasn't just sure. I'm gonna call him and just make sure, because I think he's in. I don't know if
Here's
he's.
the thing with Mark.
Yeah, I remember when we went to that
Already
court
shot.
building. Yep.
Yeah, they already shot there. And so the Pittsfield shot is done. Shooting Great Barrington on Thursday. We're shooting
Got you.
And if we drive to Mark, we lose an awful lot.
No, no, no. So what was the purpose of going to Mark's for to begin with?
Well, I'm still talking, trying to fill you in. So, the 3 days that we're filming, we so Mark would have to come down.
I'll talk to him. I'll call him. Got you.
If he could shoot with Nina, that would be great. But I also know, it's a little bit of a drive for him too.
Not that much. He's in fucking Connecticut. He's right there. It's not that far of a drive. It's like an hour. Yes.
All right. Well, Torrington's about 45 minutes.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I hope we can do it.
I'm gonna call him after I get off with you now.
Okay. Have him. Well, I would just have him call Rihanna, because this is her thing. Have him call Rihanna tomorrow. After like 10 in the morning or something.
Let me get a pen.
I'm leaving Monday.
Hold on. I know. I think it was Ryan told me that you were leaving. I'm trying to get a pen. All right. What is Rhiannon's number? I was like, he didn't even tell me. I don't even know if I'm invited to be there Saturday to hang out with everybody. I'm like, fuck.
Of course you are. You don't even need to ask, dude. We're family. Hang on a second. We got her number. We got, let's see. If you're under KGRA, I'm going to send you some cool stuff. Of course you're welcome, dude. You're always welcome.
I know.
Yeah. No, I know. But I didn't say anything. I'm sorry.
All right, look. I need you, because I could try. I'm going to have Kendrick and some of the neighbors dig out this thing out of my shed, because that base is heavy.
That's what he was asking. He wanted to know how heavy the base was compared to the top, because
the pier is...
If it's top heavy or whatever, it's going to take more,
The pier is heavy. The camera, I don't know, but we never took it out of the boxes, dude. Not really. We put it right back, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know. All I know is these things are in my shed. 2 big giant boxes. One with the telescope and one with the big base. And then I got the pier inside the house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I got to go to my shed first thing in the morning, because I got to do shows tomorrow night. So I would have to leave. That's like almost a 2-hour ride back and forth. I would have to leave early just to knock all this shit out. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
All right, hold on. Let me see.
And this is our little, I got more news for you, too.
She plays guitar?
A little bit.
I was going to say.
You know, it was kind of cool. She was, like, rocking out a little bit.
Oh, shit. Look at you and Birch at dinner last night.
Yeah, there's, like, a bunch of... I gotta bring Rihanna back to the airport, but we'll work it out. We'll figure something out. I want you at the park.
All right, so I could try to be at the park Saturday. What time?
Just whenever you're there, just text me. I'll tell you where we are. We'll meet up.
Who else is going to be there? The crew, the film crew, Rihanna, who else?
Like 30 people.
Do I know?
I don't even have the Linda Farrell.
I remember her. What about...
I'm telling you. You want to know? Okay, go ahead.
Is it everybody that I know? That's what I want to know. Is it people that I know?
Oh, well, Ryan will definitely be there. Rihanna will be there.
Titus?
Witnesses will... Yeah, Titus is going to be on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't have the call sheets in front of me. I do have the call sheet. Look at the pictures I sent first.
I did.
All of them?
I'm seeing them right now.
5 of them?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Always yelling at me.
I mean, there's one that has all the pictures together, like a collage. I don't know what
that's cool, right?
But then I have the individuals. Who's the woman wearing with her hands folded? Who is that? It's blocking her face, like.
Oh, she's hot. That's Susan. Still coming through then.
All right. So look, what time, dude? What time can you contact these people?
You know Rachel Hoffman?
No.
Oh wow.
Listen to me.
I'm listening.
What time is it possible that you could communicate with these people? That I could get an idea. Oh, what's this?
First thing in the morning.
Oh, hold on. The fuck? I'm playing the video.
Well, if he answers the phone.
The video's not playing.
Oh, because you're on the phone, probably.
Maybe.
That's Rihanna rocking out in her car. So Rachel Hoffman's going to be there. She's a cutie. Now Rachel is going to be testing the water and stuff like that. So we're having. By the way, do you know that there were crop circles in 1995 too?
I think you had mentioned that to me in the past.
Yeah, they got the report. And by the way, did you get the original article of our case in the original 1967 newspaper? The Berkshire Eagles working with us. They've given me a license to use it.
I just got an image. Hold on.
There you go.
Oh yeah, I've seen this article. You've showed me this article in the past.
I only got it 3 days ago.
Come on. Well, there was another article, dude. No. You showed me an article, but
I showed you an article I did when they reran it 2 years ago. But
okay. So this is the original.
Yeah.
Okay, because I remember seeing this article.
I know. You don't forget a goddamn thing, which is scaring the shit out of me. Okay, so
Oh my
Here's
God.
Rachel Hoffman. She's going to be there.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm looking at this article I never saw. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
The
90s. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that this school district hit by that one. I've never seen the crop circle one. This
Yeah.
one.
And it was actually investigated by BLT Research back in, I think it was 95.
Oh shit! Look at that. I've never seen this, dude.
And remember the ones in 2013, 2014? There's still activity there. It's crazy. It's like it never ends.
Oh shit! Nancy Talbot was involved.
Mm-hmm. Nancy's been involved 3 times. 3 times.
Holy shit!
A lot of activity over there.
That woman looks very familiar with the Elvira look. She looks very familiar to me. I don't know why.
Well, she had a TV show for like 4 years, a paranormal show.
Oh, that's why.
She was Zach Bagan's sidekick.
Yeah, she looks very familiar to me.
Wow.
Well, anyway, call me in the morning because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this shit in my car. So when you give me the information, Bill, go here, meet them here, give me an address, give me their phone number so that when I get near them, I'm going to call them and say, listen, I'm nearby. I've got the equipment in the car. Where can I meet you? I have the address. When you know what I mean? I'll drive it there tomorrow.
All right, I gotta show you some more thing.
Because it's going to be a little, might be a little rough for me because, you know, I don't know how it's going to be for me to drive hours.
Just don't push yourself, okay? Hey, I just sent you, we ordered a Sheffield Police Department badge.
Oh, that's nice.
Hey, Jay, I was practicing, man, a little bit. Did you catch a couple of those little pieces I posted where I was playing my guitar?
No. Dude, I just had a fucking heart attack.
Well, what's more important?
Oh, shit. All right, so look.
Wait, I'm sending you something. Just take a look at this.
I'm seriously considering of getting this shit out of my fucking shed, like, now and trying to see if I can put this in my vehicle.
No, man. It's late. You trip, you stumble. No, don't. Just don't push yourself. You do too much as it is. But I'm glad we can get this thing to them because, you know, the fact that it's being put in by somebody from Parks and Rec, Sheffield's not going to bitch.
Right.
They've already talked to everybody. And see, it's okay. So the Canaan Fire Department has a bunch of concrete, right? So they get a lot of extra concrete left over from when the cities work on the roads. That's where they store it.
Mm. So
for them to need, you know, what they consider to be not much concrete at all, they're going to give it to Parks and Rec. So they need to know how heavy it is, if it's top heavy, why it's, you know, they don't want to fall over when he says a guy could down 4 feet to break the frost line, you know? Mm-hmm. So they don't really know how heavy it is. And they're worried about, Louie's worried about, well, if you don't put it in right and somebody's climbing on it and some kid gets hurt, I can get sued. He's right.
He's right. It's a liability. It is.
So so right now, Parks and Rec, it's not the active guy, it's the guy who used to be the vice president of Parks and Rec, but he's connected. So they trust him to do it.
Well, like I said, I can. I'll gas up. I'll head there. I'll drop it. We'll get this telescope. I'll take pictures of it to show that there was nothing fucking broken with it, because I don't want to hear anything that something's wrong with it. I'm going to take pictures to protect my ass, because it's still in the boxes. You know, it's been untouched for how many years? 4 years?
Probably.
You know what I mean? It's been in those boxes for 4 fucking years. So, other than the pier that's been in my house that Tycho must have pissed on it 50 times. But thank God it's been wrapped. It's still in the original wrap. I'm going to cut all that off. And
yeah, you don't want to deliver it with a copperhead in it.
And I'll clean it up. I'll clean up the pier so it doesn't have a stink to it from piss.
Really, don't have bugs in it either, you know?
No, there's nothing like that. I'm just worried more about the smell from the piss from him fucking lifting his leg on the fucking thing. But it's still wrapped in the cardboard plastic wrap. You know what I mean? So it's, I highly even doubt it's gonna be.
I'm gonna take it out and deliver it in a wrap.
No, I can't because it's gonna stink. I'm talking about the pier only, the tall piece.
Yeah, just take it out. Just take it out of the box then.
It never was in a box.
Oh, that stinks.
The pier, the tall thing, like the tall.
Yeah, like I said, the pole stinks.
Yes, the pole only. The rest of it's in the shed.
Oh, fuck.
So I'll take that wrap off the pole, clean it, and just pack the pole unwrapped in the car. You know what I mean? It's fucking, the thing weighs like fucking 80 pounds just for that pier.
I was wondering how much it paid.
That thing is heavy, bro.
Wow.
Don't you remember?
No.
All right, so
I can't remember yesterday.
put that here, Kendrick. Put it on top of that because it's him.
Alright.
So
Yeah.
there's a possibility
Uh-huh.
that we're gonna start going in the shed tonight to dig this shit out.
Oh my god, not tonight, bro.
I have.
Oh, man, don't do it tonight.
I'll do it. He's not dependable for early in the morning.
I'll be up early in the morning just for that.
You say that.
Bro, you okay, I'm not saying anything else, but I'll be up. I'll wake up.
You gotta be up because we have a 2-hour drive 2 ways. Because I gotta do shows tomorrow night. Anyway, so everything's good. Call me first thing in the morning when you have information for me.
I will. I will.
The earlier the better because I can get an early jump and get the hell out of here.
Okay.
All right?
Well, good, man.
And then I'll see you next Saturday. Now you're coming Monday, and when do you gotta start filming in Sheffield? When? Wednesday?
Thursday.
So what are you doing for the first couple of days? What are you doing? You're getting in Tuesday night. Where are you going? Ryan's? Where are you gonna go?
All right, ready? I'll tell you.
Uh-oh.
Okay. No, it's all good. All right. So when I leave here Monday, and I arrive in New Jersey at Rihanna's husband's airport in New Jersey. He's got an airport in New Jersey.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hang out with him Wednesday night. Actually, really not, just crash. And then Tuesday, I'm gonna be hanging out with him and his friends. He's probably gonna take me up on his plane.
Okay. So then Thursday you're gonna head there.
And then, no. And then Wednesday, Rihanna flies into her husband's airport.
Okay.
And then I pick her up when she arrives sometime around 1. And then on Wednesday, we drive to Ryan's. We get there probably around 4:30. And then we hang out with Ryan. And then Anthony's coming in from S4, unidentified S4.
Yeah.
And then we've got Pam coming in. I think you met Pam. She worked the UFO Expo with us.
Yep.
All right, she's going to be working with us too. So she's coming in from North Carolina. So we're all basically meeting up on Wednesday, and I'm picking everybody up in the limo. And then we go over the call sheets, get ready, confirm everything, and then Thursday we start filming first thing in the morning in Great Barrington at the VFW.
Okay.
So we done the VFW is giving us a spot to set up shop.
Okay.
And then when we do get to the park, I got a 10 by 15 tent that we can all work under.
Mm.
That way, if it starts to sprinkle or it's too hot,
Mm-hmm.
we got some shade.
Okay.
All right, so that's kind of how it's gonna go. Then Thursday we're doing a bunch of reenactments, the police beatings, all the really heavy hitting stuff, the hard,
Mhm.
the really pain in each heart, the violent shit that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got, like I said, we got call sheets all fucking day long. So the best day for you though to come up would be Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
It's the last day. We're going to be at the park. It's going to be more fun. The pressure's going to be off to get all this shit done. And we're going to be filling the bridge with smoke. And then Lance is going to give us the alien from the museum. I think Lance is coming up, and we're going to have the alien in the museum and fill it with smoke. And we're going to have a small, young, like 9-year-old boy standing in the middle of the bridge with the smoke and the alien behind him. with these colored lights in the background.
Oh, I'm definitely coming for that.
What's that down your alley, Bill?
Yeah, I'm taking pictures. Am I allowed to take pictures? But I can't share them, right?
Dude, do whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
No, because that's going to be used. I can't.
No, not your pictures are. It depends. Ronnie's not going to mind a few things here and there. Yeah, I don't want them circulating, but you can use them.
You know what I mean?
As a matter of fact, we're doing a whole bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff. So, if you want to film the stuff for behind the scenes, well, you're welcome to it. We're doing a blooper thing. We're going to show behind the scenes. I got to tell you something else, too. Can you keep a secret? I know you can.
Let me ask you a question. This is totally off topic before I hang up because I got to call Mark D'Antonio. Are you doing another expo, UFO expo, anywhere?
Yeah, we got possibly one in Puerto Rico. We're doing.
Where?
Taking over Puerto Rico.
When?
I don't know. I'm working that one with.
Listen to
Laura.
me. I'm gonna tell you. This is for my person.
You just asked me a question.
But wait a second. Wait. Stop.
Jesus Christ! You stop first.
I want to be the person if you want to fly me in to do all your technical fucking streaming and all that, because you need somebody that knows their shit a lot more than what happened at the expo in fucking Roswell. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I couldn't agree more. But Matt's a nice guy.
Dude, I saved the ass multiple times.
It crumbles under pressure. Yeah.
Not only that, I literally saved your ass in Roswell, personally, a few times, because of the.
Well, I owe you that. I owe you. I mean, I'll take care of you when I see you.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm saying if you want somebody that knows what the fuck they're doing, fly me.
Do you want to be our AV guy?
That's what I'm saying. If you want somebody that.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna make a decision. You're done. It's yours.
Yeah, because I know what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I know what the fuck I'm doing. I solved it over there in minutes. And the only reason I couldn't do it myself is because I was busy with the KGRA booth. But
I wanted to interview with you, but I couldn't because all shit was cut. It was fucking. Everything was going wrong.
yes, that will not happen under my fucking
I mean,
watch.
We saved it, but all these other people were piggybacking on our advertising and holding events outside, and then Matt was crumbling, and then
He had a breakdown in the fucking hotel.
Me?
No, he did. He had a fucking breakdown in the lobby.
Yeah, he threw a fucking sandwich at me at one point.
Yeah, and people that went around. People were saying, "Do you know what happened at the hotel?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" Some guy threw fucking food at Tom. I was like, "What?" And I'm like, "Wait a minute, I gotta go find out what the fuck is going on." And then you told me. I was like, "What the fuck? Holy shit!"
He threw his R&B sandwich. But he had a big infected.
I know. He wasn't well.
He was in pain.
I know. I saw it.
He wasn't sleeping. He was tired,
Yeah.
and he was overwhelmed.
No, it's true. He was not well.
No, but at the same time,
Professional's professional.
I get in positions where,
We all do, bro.
it's my shit too. So
We all do.
I know Mark was with me when I started losing my shit a little bit, but I hung in there. I was okay. But we all have our days. But that was important.
Count me in.
Yeah.
Count me in. I'm telling you right now. Count me in. I could take off from the station. Chanel does an amazing job. I could fly out to Puerto Rico and.
So here's what we got. Our next event is going to be North Carolina. It's already established.
Okay.
And then I've been speaking with Roswell, and
Okay.
Finish rambling?
Finish rambling. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bill. You're the best, man. Well, Rihanna and I are going to be part of the unidentified.
All right. Call me first thing in the morning when you know word if it's possibly could be done tomorrow, or if they can't do it tomorrow, then Ryan's got to do it Sunday. He must do it Sunday. He has to pick it up. He has to pick it up.
We can do it tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow.
All right. Try to make it as early as possible because I got shows tomorrow night.
Okay, man, you got it.
All right. Call me. Call me first thing.
I'm going to text him now, actually.
All right. I'm going to call Mark.
Okay, buddy. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
You got it.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Tom could talk for hours and hours. I can't get him off the fucking phone. There's so much going on. So, there's a lot going on. And I had to mute because it's stuff that you guys cannot hear. This is like NDA kind of stuff that it's not for public yet. Oh my God. And he won't stop. There's a lot going on. I gotta call Mark. I don't know if Mark went to the symposium. I don't think he did. He might be streaming right now. He told me he was gonna stream. He's got a new camera for the... Oh, see, there he is. I'm live. But I was just saying, I didn't know if you were at the symposium or not.
No, I was actually just talking to Marianne at the symposium because they had that.
I'm live, just so you know.
Yeah, I got you.
You know, there was a crazy thing that happened. Did she tell you?
Where?
Regarding somebody that we know? Did you... I gotta mute. Hold on. So I just got off the phone with Tom Reed after about an hour. He really would like you to be there. He said he'll pay for your expenses, whatever. Either Friday night to be interviewed or Saturday night to be interviewed.
Oh, I actually thought they were coming here to do analysis.
They can't. They don't have the time. Because they're filming 3 days. You have to go there. I have Rihanna's number. I was told to give it to you to call her tomorrow to work out specifics.
Okay.
I'm going to mute again so I can give you her number.
Just message me with her number.
All right, I'll do that once I hang up with you.
Just throw her number in the chat.
Yeah, I'll text it to you.
Okay, very good.
Are you streaming live tonight?
No, see, the camera works great. Telescope works fine.
Good.
It did go down the other day, but I managed to actually bring it back from the dead remotely.
Wow.
And so, yeah, we're getting good at this. But it does need a mechanical adjustment. The camera was put on at a rotated angle so that up is not up, down is not down. It's sort of upper left,
Yep.
lower right. It's weird. And that's nothing. But requires just a little bit of adjustment on the Hyperstar setup.
Can you do it from remotely, or is this something you're gonna have to fly out there to do yourself?
No, actually, I'm training Tara and Marianne to do it.
Good. Good.
Yeah, they can do it because you know what? Believe it or not, I'm not the only one that can do this maintenance.
No, yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was imaging, and I could go live tonight, but I got clouds around out there, so I'm not gonna do anything out there tonight. But it is this new camera is just incredible.
Awesome. I gotta hang out with you.
Yeah, I mean, it allows me to zoom in far deeper, but without the stars being perfectly focused, because they have weird trails, and that's again because of the collimation issue. It ends up having a weird effect, and so you can't zoom because you get tail down. So
Yep.
I go mini comments.
Well, I'm gonna go next Saturday, to the park because they're gonna film. They're gonna film at the park next Saturday, so I'm gonna go there because he said that's like the best day for me to go there. I'm gonna be interviewed too for a segment.
Is that when I'm supposed to go? Or do I
You talk to her. You can choose Friday night or Saturday night. I would choose Friday night because Saturday they're gonna wrap up the filming at the park, and you know they're gonna want to party Saturday night. I'm telling you that right now. I know them. You know them.
I do. I'm not ever.
I would choose Friday night, Mark. I would choose Friday night.
Okay.
But I'll text you her number so you can call it tomorrow. So now I gotta pack up the telescope in my car tomorrow.
Yeah, but you can't lift things yet.
I'll have Kendrick do it.
Actually, have mom do it. Have mom
No,
lift the telescope.
I'm gonna get the neighbor.
She can lift 100 pounds. Come on.
I'm gonna get the mechanic next door, the neighbor, to do it with Kendrick. Put it in my car, and then I'm gonna drive it to the person who needs to have it. Because there's a real rush for it now.
What are they doing with it? What are they actually doing with it?
So they're gonna. Oh shit! What was he saying? They're gonna make a thing. Oh my god! So it can be anchored in, but it, like, not permanent. It's I forgot
Okay,
what.
so a removable pedestal.
Yes.
Pedestal. Okay.
Yes. But the guy is leaving Wednesday for vacation, so this has to get to him like ASAP so he can start working on it. Make something, I forgot what it was called, that it could connect to so it can be put in and out. There's a word for it he mentioned. But
Sleeve or something.
yes, exactly.
Is that what he
Sleeve.
said?
Sleeve, yes.
Oh, okay. See.
Thank you. So I'm gonna
That's what I would do. That's why I said that.
So I'm gonna have to leave here early in the morning because it's it's like a 2-hour drive for me each way.
No, similar to me for me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do this tomorrow because I got shows to do tomorrow night. So I'm gonna, I need to do this early.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get the kid next door, the mechanic with Kendrick, put it in the car. Now the chances are, when I get there, there'll be plenty of help to get it out of the car. Because I'm going to a fire department. That's where the guy works, the son, and then they're gonna bring it to his house, some shit like that. But the main thing is getting it into my car here and getting it out of the boxes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
So that's gonna be my mission tomorrow.
That's the big thing.
Yes. And then I'm gonna go to the park next Saturday to hang out.
Okay.
So you'll probably be staying overnight Friday night at a hotel.
Oh, I wasn't planning on doing that.
Well, you don't have to. I'm thinking they're gonna offer that to you.
Okay. Well, I wasn't planning on staying.
Yeah. Well, then
We'll see what they want to do.
you're not even an hour to home from there. So
Well, I'm an hour and a half, and I'm only gonna be there one day.
yeah.
So.
All right. So call. I'm gonna text you her number. Rihanna's Rihanna. I think that's it. Rihanna or Rhiannon?
It's Rhiannon. And she's in Florida, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like a 954 number, maybe.
904.
904. Okay.
I have the number right in front of me, so I'm gonna text it to you now. Call it tomorrow.
Okay. I will.
I'm watching the Crew 7.
ISS mission.
Yeah, potentially, but the launch time is not till 3:27 a.m. I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
You're not. You're
It's already.
You're actually gonna sleep.
It's 4 hours away. I don't think I'm gonna make it, Mark. Especially if I have to drive to Massachusetts tomorrow at early in the morning, like 10 a.m. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
I don't think so. But I'll tell you what you will do.
What?
You will not smoke any cigarettes.
Oh hell no! I'm eating a grilled ham and cheese
Any
sandwich.
fatty and crappy.
I'm having a grilled ham and cheese sandwich as we speak.
Okay. Well.
All right, go.
You can
Go.
You can have a grilled ham and cheese once in a while. That's okay.
Yeah, it's better than smoking.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
All right, I'm gonna text you that number. Call it tomorrow,
Okay, thank you.
and I'll talk to you during the week. No show Sunday, obviously.
Okay, Bill, thanks.
All right, and don't forget to talk to Darryl and Tara about that.
Yeah, I got you.
And the commander said,
Yeah.
Commander says hello, as I told him,
Oh, good. Excellent.
and he's excited.
Fantastic.
So everything is awesome. Anyway, have a great weekend, and I'll talk to you.
All right, man.
I'm gonna text you her number right now.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, bye.
That's correct. Okay. I would love to stay up and watch this tonight, but there's just no way if I'm driving to Mass tomorrow. Mike, are you still here? Where is Canaan? Where is Canaan? Where is that place? I gotta look this up. Is that Massachusetts? Is that Connecticut? Where is this? Where is that? He said it's close to the park. Is that Massachusetts or is that... Where is that? What's up, Proud? What's up, Kira, Bob, Andy, Star? It's in Connecticut. Canaan, Connecticut. Town of Canaan. Oh, okay. Really? Sheffield's all the way up there. It's actually closer to me. What is that? What route is that? 7. What the fuck is that? What would be the easiest way there? Where are you starting from? My location. It's not that far. Hour and 15 minutes. View route directions. Taconic. To Route 44. Oh, that's fucking easy. It's not that bad. But that's town of Canaan. I don't know. There's North Canaan. It's right up the road, though. It's not that far. Oh my God. God, now I gotta drive tomorrow. Yeah, that's what it's saying on. I did a MapQuest thing, and that's what it's saying. I'm going through them. What do I get myself into? So we are hours away from a potential launch. As you can see, this is going to take a minute. Because after they do this, they got to drive over to the pad, go up the elevator, go into... you want to communicate the fastest right? And the answer is 7 and 44. That's what they're telling me to go. The Canaan Fire Department. Mike, you should try to be there next Saturday. They're going to be filming at the park. I'll be there. You don't know how this is going to suck to dig that telescope out of that shed. It's going to be a nightmare. And I'm not doing it. I'm honestly going to see if I can get my neighbor to help do it. Because I can't do it. I was told not to lift anything over 10 pounds for 2 weeks. And it's only been a week and 2 days.
We're looking at mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa giving us a big wave and a big smile and the thumbs up. His interest in space began when he was just 5 years old and saw the Apollo 11 moon landing on TV. He was also a fan of the Japanese TV space hero Ultra 7. His professional career, though, began as a medical doctor. It's always good to have a medical doctor on board.
Absolutely.
But after seeing a news report about Japan auditioning for new astronauts to do science experiments on the ISS, he decided that he would apply. And he was selected by the National Space Development Agency of Japan to be an astronaut candidate in
Core on countdown
1999.
at T-minus 3 hours and 46 minutes. Suit donning and checkouts are complete on schedule.
All right, so they got the suits and they're all checked out. Finish up with Satoshi. His first mission to the ISS was as a flight engineer for Expedition 29 that launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in 2000.
3 hours and 46 minutes. Really? 3 hours and 46 minutes. I honestly can't do it. I gotta drive this telescope tomorrow. I can't do it. I cannot stay up to 3:27. There's no way. Like I said, now I gotta drive this telescope.
They're just like you would with your family or friends back home.
I hear so much about the time spent around the meals where you're not working and you get to just debrief and share your experiences of the day with your fellow crew members. Last but not least, mission specialist Konstantin Borisov was selected to be a cosmonaut in 2018, and this will be his first trip to space along with Jasmine. He has a Bachelor of Economics from the Russian Academy of Economics, a Master of Science in Operations Research and Systems Analyst from Warwick University in Coventry, UK, and a Master in Aircraft Life Support Systems from the Moscow Aviation Institute. He has worked for companies such as Volvo and the Boston Consulting Group. He is also an experienced freediving instructor and an international freediving judge.
You know, he even had a training session with Jaws and also her classmate Laurel Hera, who will be launching on the Soyuz in September and joining them all up there. He gave them a training session, and apparently they were pretty good breath hold students. So
Really?
who knows what they'll be up to up there.
That's not easy to hold your breath for, 2 minutes.
It is not, but you know, humans are trainable, and I would say astronauts are particularly trainable. So give us a mission like that and a few techniques, and I guess they're well on their way.
Their audio sucks. It's way
As
low.
you're listening to all this
Very
great
low.
information
Poorly.
and insight from Jessica, we
Poor
want to
audio.
invite you, the audience out there, to participate. If you'd like to ask Jessica a question over the next 3 hours, jump on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, and send your question with the hashtag AskNASA. We look forward to hearing your questions, and Jessica looks forward to answering them tonight. She is a wealth of information.
You know, Daryl, we talked tonight about how
I'm with you, Prow. There's no way I'm staying up to 3:30 in the morning. I just can't do it.
freeze at least on a Dragon
There's no way.
But another interesting
Core on
fact
countdown.
is that
Advanced team is proceeding to open the side hatch.
I mean, it's awesome to watch these launches,
none of the 4 crew members were even born
but
in the U.S. So even
327
Jessica
is like
was born in
ridiculous.
West Germany before she came to the U.S. So pretty interesting. A truly
If it was
international
2 a.m.,
crew that we have here, and I know
doable,
that's
but
something that they
3:30 in the
take a
morning?
lot of pride in.
I could just see staying up till 3:30 and then they have a scrub. Oh, would that be lovely? Plus, I'm still recovering.
Multinational crew.
It's a lot for me.
And because each one of them comes from a country, each one of them has a large support crew, right? Including a flight surgeon from that country. So for the launch and recovery director, that's a large, this is the largest total number of crew, not just for the actual Crew Dragon, but we're talking about for the support systems, both on the boat that goes out to recover them, as well as the emergency operation.
Check out the Russian. He's sitting all the way in the corner.
To support in case
You can see-
anything happened.
Yeah, that's a great point. Of course,
You could see the others, but the Russian's sitting in the corner on a chair away from everybody
It
else.
truly takes a huge team of all the individuals that support every aspect of our spaceflight. And as astronauts, we never forget that. And this crew probably has an incredibly extensive network all over the world as well. You know, we talked
Where
about
is
how
he?
international they are. And Kostya, Konstantin, he's
He
lived
can't
in
stop
7
smiling.
countries. Andy's lived in at least 8 countries.
Wow.
So a lot of people that they've touched, I'm sure, along the way. I love the story. You know, Andy actually worked in the oil industry in Congo and Angola after he studied aerospace engineering, and it was about the same.
He's not
time
even
that
on
the movie
screen.
Armageddon was coming out. So
The Russian
at
is
least
to the
for
right,
him, he was
sitting
doing this kind of
down
obscure
in a
job, but
corner.
finally, you know, he had this movie where he could help explain to people that there truly was a connection between his current job and his dream to be an astronaut one day.
Well, a guy from an oil rig going up into space, thank goodness he's not trying to steer a meteoroid away from hitting the Earth.
Hey, well, he will be prepared for whatever comes their way. Bruce Willis style, right there.
Absolutely. And hey, Jessica, we got a question already.
There's the Russian in the
teed
corner,
up.
upper.
Let's go ahead and take that
center
from
of the
our
screen.
social channels.
He's all the way over there. While the other astronauts are all together,
At
he's over
Savannah
there sitting
Brainery
down.
asks, are there any pre-launch rituals for crews?
Yeah, that's a great question. And tradition is something that we do like to uphold. We have several rituals. For example, this crew, when they leave the suit-up room, they will sign a mission patch, and all of the other crews, all the other Dragon crews have done that before them. When they leave the building, just before they get out and ride out to the launch pad and the Teslas, there are stickers that are on the outside of the crew quarters building there, and they'll sign those as well, one for each crew. There's a great story that one of the SpaceX employees told me that one time she came out for one of the launches, I think it may have been Crew 2, and it seems to happen for every launch where she saw a dragonfly land on the Dragon patch. So lots of those good luck signs along the way. The crew.
Indeed. The dragon, I've heard that. Like you see a dragonfly on launch day, that's supposed to be a good omen.
Yeah, absolutely. The crew will play a card game.
Yes.
We'll have a view of that so we can save that conversation for when we see that later, before they exit that suit room. And then in the white room, so the small room that's really at the end of that access arm before they get into the capsule, they'll sign that as well. So lots of different traditions along the way.
And I'm looking forward to that. You mentioned the card game. We're going to be showing that in a NASA broadcast for the first time that I know of. They've taken pictures of it, certainly.
Oh, there he is.
There's Constantine relaxing. And by the way, those recliners, I understand it, are from the shuttle era. So they've got some miles on them.
Yeah, again, that history and tradition is always
All right, at
very
least he's
important to us here
smiling
at
and
NASA. You can see
being
Joe
part of
Akaba
it,
in the
kind
blue
of.
flight suit there. He is our current chief of the astronaut office. So he's down there.
I was
talking to
wondering, where's
crew
the
right
Russian?
now.
He'll be the one playing the commander of Crew 7 in a game of cards. Jasmine Mobelli, of course.
You can see they're holding on to those little packs to the right. That's giving them some airflow so that they'll still get some cooling in the suit. You know, once you get into that garment, it can get warm in there in that pressure suit. So they're carrying their little ventilation system to help them stay cool. Looks like they're going over there now toward that card game table.
It sure does. We have some fists on the table. Looks like they're ready to play.
Yeah, so Daryl, the tradition for this card game is that they will play until the commander loses. And the idea there is that they want Jasmine, the commander, to finally lose that card game and get all that bad luck out of the way before the mission. So here they are. I see Joe's shuffling the cards
shuffling
now.
the deck up. So Joe Akaba on the left, as she mentioned, chief of the astronaut office. On the right, Jasmine Mobelli, the commander of the Crew 7 mission.
So interestingly, some of the crews have actually changed what games they play over the last several crews. So I'm not even sure what game they're playing right now, but the key is to make sure that Jasmine loses.
And by losing, they all win.
Exactly. Get that bad luck out of the way now, and then, you know, this is just really gives us a nice moment of levity, a little bit of a laid-back atmosphere before they're really getting going and getting out to the launch pad. So like the social media question that came in, it's nice to have these traditions that are all part of the process that mean a little bit of something to us.
Okay, well, Jasmine cut the deck, and now Joe is dealing.
Very dramatically, I might add.
For real.
I think this might be a game that involves one card.
Oh, she lost already,
Right
it looks
off
like to me.
the bat.
That's great. That is great news. High fives all around. Oh, they're back for more. Looks like these guys are ready to launch today. I love the smiles on their faces.
A lot of enthusiasm, like you said. It gives that, moment of levity. Space flight is serious business, so it's good when you can join around the table with your crew and those who are supporting you and share a moment like this.
Yeah, I can tell you the camaraderie in that room right now is really palpable. You know, that SpaceX team that they have been training with and working with for so long now, preparing them for the flight. All of the different managers like Joe, Norm Knight we saw there in the previous frame. Lots of people that are there for them, supporting them and really enabling this space flight. All the people down to the ones that provide us with all of the things that we're going to fly up there to the space station. So a really great feeling, and I can see those genuine smiles all around tonight.
And it looks like a member of the team received the official playing deck for Crew 7, which is a nice notion on their part.
Yeah, great memento to have.
So from here, folks, we'll
What's up,
the
David?
astronauts will get some final photos. That number 34, I think, is that Sarah Gillis? It might be from SpaceX.
I think that was Haley Esparza.
Okay.
That just walked this way.
Yeah, that came towards camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
My correction.
Yep, she's one of the. She is really the liaison between all of astronaut operations and SpaceX. So a lot of us know Haley really well. She is always a central part of all of our training and prepping for flight. She's wonderful.
Number 34.
Yep, that's number 34. That's Haley.
Okay, very good.
Giving Andy some water.
Oh, yeah. I hear it is warm, right? So that you want to hydrate, but you don't want to hydrate too much.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a good balance. It's a full service operation down there, providing drinks along the way and everything. There's Satoshi's chatting with Anne McLean. And of course, this is all very, very choreographed for the timeline. They will exit that room at exactly the prescribed second and get down, do their signing, and get into the elevator.
Right, and they are not scheduled to depart the suit-up room until T-minus 3 hours and 24 minutes, so they have a fair amount of time in here.
So you mentioned Jasmine's children. You know, all of these crew members have kids. And last year, Satoshi even became a grandfather.
Oh, congratulations to him.
Yeah, pretty exciting.
That Russian really likes to sit in that recliner. Maybe because it's red. I don't know, but he loves that chair. Every opportunity, he's back in that chair. It's like, I don't know. He seems like he's cordial and he's got the smile on his face, but you know, there's a lot of acting going on. It doesn't look like he wants to mingle much with the rest of the crew. He's just laying back. And that has to be him, Konstantin Borisov. Just curious observation. Because that's where he always is. The whole time I've been watching, he's been sitting in that chair in the corner as much as possible. We'll see. But like I said, it's not going to lift off for another 3 hours and 32 minutes. That's if it stays on schedule. Yeah, well, yeah, the chairs from the shuttle era, but it's just a recliner. That's all it is. But the point being that the others aren't in those red recliners either. They're all together huddling up. He's the one that's kind of isolating himself from the rest of the crew. It's laying in a recliner chair. I'm sure he doesn't have to do that. It could be a language thing too. You know, what do I say? I don't know. I'm making too much of it. But again, this isn't gonna, if it stays on schedule, for another 3.5 hours. I can't make 3.5 hours. I just can't do it. I'm already tired and it's midnight. Almost. Speaking of that, I better check the station. Oh shit, if I gotta go out all day. Oh shit, I didn't even think about that part. I better set this shit up right now. Shit. Alright. happy with any of those. I'm setting up the station for tomorrow. Okay, found one that I'm happy with. Well, at least I talked to Mark and got that out of the way. That's good. All right, that's done. All right. What's going on in here now? No, I can't lift anything heavy. I can't. Because I'm healing good, but I'm not there yet. So I can't jeopardize my health for this. But it's got to go to, it has to go tomorrow. The telescope must go tomorrow. And the thing bad about the driving part is because this is now 9 days. It's pretty much healed, but I still feel that pressure from when they went in to put the stents through the groin area. Using the foot pedal with this, this foot for the brake and the gas, it's going to cause a strain after 2 hours. And that's driving one way. So I have to take that into consideration, how I'm going to feel driving for a long duration of time. And 2 hours isn't much, but it is after you had fucking surgery a week ago through the groin area, which is that area where the foot is being used a lot. So that causes discomfort. It's going to take time to heal. Oh, I'm good now, but I just got to heal. What's up, High Fall? I'll be right back. I'm going to put the volume on. I got to go use the restroom.
And our social participant who asked that question, she is actually here participating in a NASA social at Kennedy Space Center, which is an event we do for launches. Invite various influencers and social media account holders to come out and participate in activities in and around the Space Center, as well as taking a launch. So she was right there, watching the coverage, presumably, I guess, on her phone when she asked that question.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to help share in the mission, help share the mission with everybody. And through social media, so many people are communicating that way today that it's great that we have all of these people that can help spread our NASA message and share in the excitement of this exploration.
Absolutely. So we're T-minus 3 hours and 26 minutes. You're watching NASA's coverage of the Crew 7 launch to the International Space Station. I had their patch on the other day. I think that's what it was.
Well, hey, Crew 6 is eagerly awaiting their arrival.
Indeed they are. And in about 7 days, we'll be coming back down to Earth. But today we're focused on Crew 7, getting up to the International Space Station. You're looking outside of astronaut crew quarters here at the Kennedy Space Center, where we are awaiting the walkout of the astronauts on their way to the International Space Station. Here are the doors to crew quarters that Jessica mentioned earlier, and you see the patches around the doors and up there around the meatball. They're scheduled to walk out at exactly 3 hours and 20 minutes. So we've got about 5 minutes until they walk out of there.
All right, 5 more minutes.
You were talking about, of course, a lot has been made about the multi-international crew here. which is impressive. It's the first time in a Crew Dragon has had one person from a separate country. But I did some research, got a hold of the historian at Johnson Space Center, and she was telling me that if you go back to the space shuttle program, there was actually a space shuttle launch that was more diverse for nationalities, and it was STS-84. The reason is that flight included C. Michael Foale, a British American, Elena Kondakova, a Russian, Jean-Francois Clairvoy, French, and the remainder of the crew were Americans. However, Carlos Noriega was born in Peru. So you've got 5 nationalities on STS-84.
Yeah, that is a central element toward everything that we do. Of course, it is called the International Space Station, but it is something that is so important to all of us. This great example of what can happen when people from different backgrounds, from different places, all work together.
And here they come, the astronauts walking down the hallway at astronaut crew quarters. 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut of Crew 7 waving as they go by into the elevator, headed down to the first floor. Behind them, Joe Acaba. I believe that's Norm Knight with the Flight Operations Directorate.
It is.
Core on countdown. Crew walkout and suit-up room departure is in progress on schedule.
It's impossible to not smile when you're watching them walk out with those smiles on their faces, isn't it? It's contagious. We talk about that international element, and another fun fact for you. Did you know that Jasmine was actually stateless until the 2nd grade? She became a U.S. citizen in the 2nd grade, and until then, she was considered stateless. But she celebrated that big moment by bringing brownies into her classroom.
Aw. She went back, right, to many of the schools that she had gone to when she was a kid and visited with those kids and is taking up some mementos from that. I believe some class pictures from those kids. So I like that tie-in of how she is, both a nod to her childhood and
their audio
Yeah,
sucks.
absolutely. It's something that many of us try to do to really make that connection to all the people that
it's brutal.
known all along the way and have helped you get there.
You mentioned the traditions, Jessica. Let's take a look at one of them. Here's the crew signing that mission patch inside crew quarters at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout.
I just got to see if it's me or if it's them, because that is bad. Let me open up YouTube and just play a quick music thing because I'll get hit. We know that. Oh, it's my end. I must have hit something. It is my end. Let's go back. I'm going to have to spray the contacts.
Get closer to walkout.
Now just about 90 seconds away from
Interesting.
out of astronaut crew quarters.
How did this
Teslas
just
are
start?
queued up. The security escort is ready.
Now with the time, I know
They
for
were-
crew 2 they were
It's
white.
the contacts.
Right. They were black for crew 6, and then they were white for demo 2 through crew 5.
Okay.
They changed up the color. SpaceX said, just adding some people to their fleet.
I bet they've got the playlist lined up as well.
They did, and I'm glad you asked about that.
Yeah, another one of the traditions. You got to be listening to some loud jamming beats when you're heading out. It's so
What is
cool.
that?
It's such a cool thing. It really helps get you psyched. I know I love music and certainly ride off it. Since I was the astronaut support person for crew 2, I did actually ride out in Teslas with the crew, and it is such a cool feeling. You have lights and sirens kind of blaring with your escort. You got the music going
This
loud.
channel's
It was
filthy.
night just like this, and you're going out with this impressively lit launch pad. It really gets the excitement flowing and gets you pumped up.
I'm getting pumped up just listening to you because the picture you just painted, wow. I can only imagine.
Yeah, again, it's hard to not feel the excitement.
Oh, this is so fucking boring, to be honest.
We're just seconds away from them walking out the doors. You can see them behind the windows. And here they come. Crew 7 taking their first steps outside before their journey to space.
Again, look at those genuine smiles. You really can't hide the excitement.
From left to right, we have Konstantin Borisov, Andreas Mogensen, Jasmine Mogbelli, and Satoshi Furukawa.
Here we go. You can see some of the NASA administrator there, Bill Nelson, Bob Cabana's there, the associate administrator. We mentioned Pam Melroy already. Everybody's there to cheer them on, send them on their way.
Let's listen in a little bit. We've got a microphone down there.
Да, Нет, вообще нет. Вот сейчас вот стоял, должен вас видеть, расплакаться немножко, отвлекся, Сейчас подождем еще.
Of course, the astronauts have been in quarantine for the past 2 weeks, so that's why they're standing a set distance away from their family and loved ones.
Yeah, that's right. We want to make sure that, of course, we don't carry any viruses or anything like that with us to the space station. So everybody has been in this strict kind of quarantine protocol leading up to the space flight, and they're continuing to keep their distance now.
Я почти выиграл, у меня был король.
You can see Alex Gerst, German astronaut from the European Space Agency there, and Takuya Onishi, a Japanese astronaut. You can see those blue suits toward the front, helping out, escort the families and with the guests. Both are space veterans, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Red right here. Red right here. You see here.
A double kiss from Jasmine, probably to her 2 girls.
Yeah, and I heard Andy speaking Danish to his family.
Yeah, you speak, you're fluent, right, in Russian and Swedish, right?
I do, yes. I speak Swedish, pretty similar to Danish, so sometimes I can understand what Andy and his family are saying.
Did you catch anything?
I did. He said, "We see us, we'll see you." Yeah, I did catch what he said at the end there. But Andy's family actually lives just a street away from me, so I see them quite
how
often.
about that? Yeah. Well, that's nice.
Here they go. Doors are closing.
Well, this is a good time to talk about the playlist. Jasmine is going to be queuing up some Stevie Wonder, Whitney Houston, some hip-hop. She's a big hip-hop fan. And apparently so is Andreas, so that works well for the commander and the pilot, who will be in the 01 Tesla. Satoshi says he'll crank some 80s Japanese pop music. And I put that on my own music app just to hear a little bit. Unsurprisingly, a lot of synthesizer. Just like 80s in America. And then Konstantin says he's going to crank some System of a Down, Pink Floyd.
Look at that. I see Jaws twin girls. They're wearing little mini SpaceX suits.
Oh.
I have one of those for my daughter as well. They are adorable. They look exactly like the real thing.
No kidding.
You can see them just over at the window right now,
I see,
looking in at Mom, riding on Dad. Yeah, those playlists they have for the Teslas and perhaps, we on the Soyuz, we create a playlist for inside the vehicle.
All right, they're a little
We're
fucking
in the
close
vehicle for so
after
long
being on
before
quarantine. They're
things
right
get
up to the
busy
fucking
in there
car.
That we have some music, and
Really?
it's so nice to hear a couple of the favorite songs from each of your different
much for
crewmates. Lots of
protocols.
different styles of music, and those songs that are really important
They're
to you.
right up to them. Fucking windows open. Really, back up. Back up.
We got a social question. If you have one, send it to us. #AskNASA on YouTube, Twitch,
See those
X.
see those outfits with
Oh, I
the
see
with the
them.
hood and everything. Yeah,
Yep.
that hood for the helmet.
That
They're
is
really
too
great.
cute.
Got to dress like mom. Be ready for game day.
Oh, absolutely. And I imagine that helps a lot with this moment. Of course, they're quite young. But, with children of a certain age, understand that there's some risk involved, and astronauts have to have that conversation with older children.
Yeah, I'm sure it gives them something to identify with. They're wearing the same outfit as mom today and ready to cheer her along for her launch.
So in the first Tesla, we've got the closeout lead and 2 suit technicians. In the second, the commander and pilot. And the third, the mission specialist, 1 and 2. And bye, they go. Bye, bye.
I think you need a longer bye.
There you go.
You nailed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
There they go. And so as the crew departs the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, this begins the 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. So let's learn more about the crew in their own words. This may be Jasmine Mobelli's first space flight, but the Crew 7 commander's resume is more than
space in this international.
Well, like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna make it because this is still hours away. Yeah, hours away. 3 hours and 13 minutes away. I don't think I can do it. I would love to. Yes, Daryl. 3:27 a.m. Eastern. Still quite a bit away. So I don't know. I don't know if I could stay up because I got to do something early in the morning now tomorrow. Oh my God. And I got to rest. Yeah, I got to bring the telescope to Connecticut. So I don't know. I would love to see the launch, but I can't sacrifice the health part just to see a launch. Everybody's like, no way am I staying out till that late. Yeah, I'm probably going to, Daryl. I'm probably going to bail out. Because like I said, I got to do something for Tom Reed tomorrow morning. And get this telescope that's been in my house for 4 years finally out of my house to be installed in the park during the week. Because it's going to be part of a filming process next Saturday for something. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to sleep yet. It's only what, 12, 16? Still got some time. But I'm probably going to have to leave like at 11 a.m. And that doesn't count taking it out of my shed and putting it into the car. And I don't even know where the hell it is in my shed. Is it in the back? Is it on the side? If it's in the fucking back, I gotta take everything out of the shed to get to it. But I don't think it's in the back. I think it's on the right side. Because I think I have all my Christmas stuff in the back. So no show this week, Daryl. Oh, I don't know if Mark told you or even asked you. But what would you say if Sky Tour moved from 10 to midnight Eastern Sundays, the show, so that it can be done live with the telescope? Just asking you right now. So instead of 6 to 8 Eastern, 10 to midnight Eastern. Which is 8 to 10 for you. You're Mountain, right? It would be 8 to 10. So what do you think about that? Ugh. Well, don't you do his streaming with him at that time anyway when he's doing the Arizona stuff? Yeah, but it's getting dark earlier now, but that won't be all the time. 10 to midnight Eastern. So that's fine with you? 10 to midnight Eastern? Is that a yes to yes? Is it? Okay, 8 to 10 is your time. That's okay. So now we just got to find out if Tara's up for it. So it was my idea because I have another idea for the station for programming. So I'm bringing a 2-hour show in that time slot, moving Sky Tour to 10 to midnight, and keeping Dead Air 8 to 10. Because the show I'm bringing 6 to 8 has 4 hosts. 4. It's more of a panel show every week. And it's going to be interesting with those 4. Because I have a feeling it can get tense at times. It could get very interesting. The opinions coming from each person talking about UAPs and the government role. Oh, hell no, I'm not getting rid of my telescope. No, this is... I don't know if I have pictures of it. Here we go. Good luck. I have time. Don't ask me where they... I know they're on my computer somewhere. I'm going to have to look at 2004... It can't be 2014. Shit, when were these images taken? Oh my god, that's impossible. Impossible. I have pictures of it, but I just don't know where. Well, we don't need this folder anymore. Peter Robbins. We can delete that. Goodbye. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, this is gonna be a bitch. I don't need these either. Good, plenty of deleting to do. I don't think it's going to be in this folder. This is a fucking sad folder that I will not delete. With Lee Spiegel. Never am I going to delete that. Oh my god. Sad just looking at it. That is not easy to look at. trying to find them. It could be on my phone. I don't think they are. Fuck, I thought that was it. That is not it. Strikeout. Okay, so it's not in there. Pictures. Pictures. Found them. So this is what is the part of the telescope now. So it's dedicated in memory of Stanton Friedman. Gary Holloway's the one that donated the telescope. This is the base where the pier is connected to. That's in my shed. Again, that's the plaque. And this is the actual telescope. So that's where it connects to the pier. So that's in the shed. The pier is in the house. And this is when it came. Those are the boxes. Seacoast. That's it, right there. So those two boxes are in my shed. The pier is in the house. It's almost exactly where it is in the picture. It's toward the back now. The pier. So that's got to go to the park tomorrow. Well, not to the park, to the person's house. It's not really a telescope. It's one of those sightseeing view scopes kind of a deal. It's not really a telescope. But it's going to be nice for the park. That shit is expensive. That's thousands of dollars right there. Good night, Mike. Yeah, this is for the UFO Monument Park. Yes. So, I gotta bring this tomorrow. And it's in the boxes. I never took it out. It's still in the boxes. I just took pictures of it. So that's gotta go. Tomorrow. I wonder what year this is, because I would like to know. Properties. How long has this fucking thing been sitting in my house? Not that long. Because Stanton passed away. I think when did he pass away? 2019? I was in the city when they called me. May 21st, 2019. So the telescope was dedicated like a few months later. So it's been almost 4 years. A little over. So it's been in my house for like 4 years. Well, finally, it's going to be brought to its location tomorrow. And that's good, 'cause this way it's taking up a lot of room in my shed. Those boxes are not small. So I think I should, I'm not going to do it now, but I just hope I didn't bury it in the back of the shed, because then I got to take everything out to get to it, and that's a fucking nightmare. The pier is right here, so I'm not worried about the pier. It's right inside the house. But not good. Jesus Christ. Mark Antonio. So like I said, tomorrow hopefully I get this to the park. I want to leave as early as possible to bring this to Connecticut. I have an idea where it's going to go in, but yeah, I'll find out. Daryl, I'll try to find out. It should be inside the box. The paperwork. Like I said, I really didn't open it up. You know, I left it. You see how I took the pictures. I didn't really take it out of the box at any time. No way. So I'm going to take more pictures tomorrow. Now, I may have to take it out of the box to fit in my car. Because they're big. I might be able to fit it right in through the back. Yeah, it might say outside the box. I'll take pictures. You don't know how badly I want to go outside, and it's late. It's almost 12:30. It is 12:30. I'll do it in the morning, but I really, really want to know where this freaking thing is. I don't like surprises, because that determines how long is it going to take me to get it out to pack it into the car. And I should do it now, because I'm going to have to really, yeah, yes, they fold down. So I'll put it right through the hatch in the back. Seats go down. I could sleep in that car. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm going outside. I have to know where it is, because that's gonna be a big important factor when I get up in the morning. I have to allocate certain time to get it out and pack it before I make my trip. So is that going to take a fucking half hour? Is that going to take 10 minutes? Am I looking at an hour? Because it takes time to take all this shit out and put it back in. Let me go look. I'll put the sound on with this while I go look.
Absolutely. And you can see how still the winds were from that previous shot. The flags are not moving at all. Of course, we know it because the bugs are buzzing all around. Here we go with our commander and pilot, Jasmine and Andreas, making their way out for a view of the rocket.
And there it is, that traditional lean back. You got to try to take it all in, and it's a tall rocket.
And they've got as I understand it, a very rigid back to the spacesuit, which prevents them from actually turning their heads up. So you've got to turn your entire upper torso.
Right, and that with the helmet being integrated onto the suit, it adds that stiffness as well. You know, I remember these moments getting ready for my launch, and it's interesting because people ask all the time, you know, how do you feel? Are you scared? But the thing is, we are so well trained. We've gone through all of these motions so many times that even for me, when I was well into sitting in the vehicle, looking at my displays, monitoring things, hitting buttons, you're going through all of these training protocols, and it just feels like another simulation. I actually had to remind myself that this one was going to be real, that it was going to end a little bit differently. And then, of course, you hear a little bit of a fuel in the system, or you feel the rocket moving a little bit. Those things bring you back to reality and remind you that this one will have a different outcome. But it's not the astronauts that have any apprehension or are scared thinking about what's going to happen, because they're going through all of those motions that they've been so trained to do. It's really more for the families and friends that are on the ground. They're less familiar with everything. They don't have a full understanding of it. And of course, their loved one is sitting on the top of the rocket there. So, it's interesting. People think that it's us that are worried about something on launch day, but it's really not. We're very well trained. We have trust in our hardware, in our systems, and then all of the people on the ground watching everything so closely. And I know for me, I was just nothing other than 100% excited that my childhood dream was finally going to come true.
100%.
Here they come.
And I believe Anne McLean was in this group.
Yeah, there she is by the phone. There's a telephone there on the corner, and that's one of the roles of the astronaut support person. Since it's a little bit difficult to dial things on a telephone when you're in a spacesuit.
Yeah, there she is.
Yeah, she actually has phone numbers of whomever the astronaut or cosmonaut is going to call, their spouse, family members, whomever, and they will have an opportunity to speak with them before they board the rocket.
You see the chevrons, of course. Those lead to the slide wire baskets in the case of a launch pad emergency egress. If it were cloudy or smoke-filled, those white chevrons would lead the way. So they go opposite of the chevrons to go up, but they point on the way out to the slide wire baskets. And also note that you see the graded floor. In the case of emergency egress, there would be a lot of water coming down. The sprinkler systems would activate and be just a deluge of water, and that water needs to drain off. So to keep the floor from being slippery, all that water drains off through the grate.
Another aspect of our training, we are so well trained on all those procedures that we know we would be able to execute those procedures and get everyone to safety in the event that they had to.
The fucking
thing
is
looks
buried.
like Andy hooked up to a little bit more cooling
It's
there
in the back
again.
left.
It is
It's
a warm
buried.
night here tonight, especially if you're wearing one of those suits.
That's
80 degrees
gonna
out
be
here in
nightmare to get
the
to.
east central coast of Florida,
That's
right
a
here
good
on the Cape.
Half hour, 40 minutes.
Now, you were in this role that Anne
To get all
McLean
this
is
shit
currently
out
doing.
of
Now,
the way
did you
to
have to
get to
learn,
it.
like, dial 8 to get out,
In
and
the
then
very
9,
back.
and then the country code?
Oh yeah, I made
had a
sure that
lot
I
of
had
shit.
exactly the right series of numbers to press because I really didn't
That's
want to mess up
bad.
that call for them.
Yeah.
At least it's not on the very
Is it-
bad side with all
Is
the
it?
crates.
I mean, you must hear the phone call, right? You're standing right there.
But it's still bad.
No, I mean, they will be talking. It's a little bit difficult for them because they have the helmet in and they're trying to get the phone handle in there. It's not a small cell phone. This is an old school real landline, kind of like a payphone. Looks like if you remember those, Daryl.
Oh,
I mean, we remember those, but
Could be worse.
some of
It could have been
some
the
people
back
watching might
right
not
side.
remember those.
I do remember.
Oh, look,
back
he's
left
waving.
side.
He's waving on the
It's
camera
less
as well.
bullshit. But
Sure,
still,
he's waving to his
navigate
wife and
back
3
there is
children.
gonna be nasty.
This is first time for an
It is
ESA
so
astronaut
super
to
humid
be in
out
the
there.
pilot
It's
position
foggy and it's
in a
horrible
Dragon.
outside right now.
So
Horrible.
Andreas getting
It's
making
disgusting.
a little bit of history
outside.
here on tonight's flight. Jasmine taking a look over the rail. That must be a sight out there.
It is. It's beautiful. So as the astronaut support person, once they finish with the phone calls and they get everybody in the vehicles, you're kind of just standing there, so you have a great view.
All right, there are 2 mission specialists, Konstantin Borisov and Satoshi Furukawa.
Taking it in.
They're getting a lot of looks.
Yeah.
Big wave, thumbs up. It's interesting about that elevator when they go in. if they were to ask you, which floor would you like? There's actually a button that says space.
Yeah.
They changed the 255-foot level to space. Which floor? Space, please. Oh, yeah, right away. Let me punch that up for you.
Always the best button that you want to press. But only the 4 of them will be making that final step to space. Everybody else has to come back down the elevator.
That's right. And there's Jasmine Mobelli, the commander, and Andreas Mogensen, our pilot, making their way across the crew access arm into the White Room. They'll get into the spacecraft, but first,
Core on
sign that
countdown.
vehicle.
Crew have arrived at the White Room and are preparing for ingress. We are on schedule.
Yeah, that other tradition that we talked about. There's the last signature that they'll have to dole out before they get all strapped in. You know, it's interesting when we talk about all these training protocols that we have and the amount of time that we spend training, particularly for contingency scenarios. You know, that's where we really want to make sure that our skills are sharp and we are ready for that. In the event of any kind of emergency, we're ready to execute and get the job done. And most of our training for our ISS missions ends up being for launches and landing. And if you think about that, we're talking now about a 6-month mission on the space station, and that ride to space is only a few minutes and number of hours before they get to space station, and coming down is usually even quicker depending on the profile. So it's really only a minuscule fraction of our entire mission, but because it is such a dynamic phase of getting to space and coming back, that's where a lot of our training is really focused.
And as it should be, as you mentioned, the most dynamic part. There's a lot of energy that is required to get into space.
Core on countdown. Crew ingress has started.
And you got to get rid of a lot of energy when you come back. There go our pilot and commander carefully getting in. They don't want to mess up that seal, so you'll see him take a lot of time to crawl over that entryway, the side hatch.
Cool view going down that access arm, isn't it?
It sure is.
Again, I think that night sky helps with the dramatic scene we're creating here tonight.
For sure, as we wait our 2 mission specialists
For sure.
to wrap up their phone calls, and then they'll be coming
For
right
sure.
down that crew access arm.
It's funny how people make fun of my accent. For sure.
We've been doing this for 3.5 years now, but that crew access arm still looks futuristic.
I'm sure quite a contrast, too, for the previous space flyers. You know, this is a whole new vehicle for them. So for both Andy and Satoshi, comparing the rides that they had before their first ride on the Dragon. Every vehicle is a little bit different in terms of the launch profile, the G's that you experience, how it feels going up and coming down as well.
Andy talked a little bit about that in a press conference, comparing Soyuz with Dragon. And you, of course, flew Soyuz up to the International Space Station. And I thought it was interesting. He mentioned that his flight time to space was something on the order of 56 hours, which is almost double what the Dragon.
Just think, though, there's still 2 hours and 45 minutes before launch, if everything stays on schedule. Another 2 hours and 45 minutes. Just imagine. So they're going to be strapped in those chairs for 2 hours and 45 minutes before they launches. That's a lot. It is awesome. It really is awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue the stream because I have to get up early. I'm going to let this continue. I am going to take a power nap right there because I'll be dead tomorrow. For real, Prow. I'd be having a hard time too. This is not going to launch for another 2.5 hours plus. And remember, I just had a procedure done last Wednesday. I'm not 100% energized yet. I'm still recovering. So I need to rest. So I am going to set, Alexa, set alarm for 3 a.m.
Alarm set for 3 a.m.
I am going to go lay down right in the couch, right in front of this work area. So I'm going to let this go. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
And I am going to get this off camera, mute, put the sound, and I'll continue the stream. And I'll be back in 2 hours when we get close to launch. So everybody have a great night. Be well, be blessed, be safe. For those that are still here in 2 hours, I'll see you guys later.
Those Dragon windows can give you a little bit of a heads up to get configured for the Aurora.
How about that? I mean, it's on my bucket list is just to see an aurora from Earth. I just imagine what it'd be like in space.
Well, you know, Daryl, people make fun of me for saying this, but it's still true. I've only seen them from space.
How about that?
You know, maybe that sounds a little bit annoying. I would love to see them from Earth as well, but it's nice to still say for now, I've only seen them from space. I was in northern Sweden last year hoping to get a view, but we didn't.
Yeah, it's got to be just right in order for that to happen. You got to have some, as I understand it, some solar particles coming your way, right?
Yeah, you have to have the right things happening out there in the solar system, but also have to have good weather here on Earth so that your view isn't obscured by clouds or.
And here come our mission specialists. On the left, Konstantin Borisov, and on the right, Satoshi Furukawa.
They're even dancing their way down the hallway.
Oh, they're loving it.
Oh, another tradition. A lot of times our astronauts and Konstantin here, you can see taking the name tags of some of their ground support personnel, and they'll be flying those to space with them.
That's got to be really special for those technicians.
Absolutely. I mean, they're playing such a critical role, you know, especially those connections you have with those people in those moments leading up to your launch. Really has an incredibly strong bond you have with those people. Any good astronaut or cosmonaut always has a Sharpie with them. I don't think there's a Sharpie pocket on this suit, but the technicians are handing them Sharpies to get this job done.
Yes, in fact, it's on the to-do list. Make sure that the Sharpie is in the white room. And you saw briefly Satoshi holding his arm up, and those zippers. They have zippers on each arm, zippers on the leg. Those got to be zipped up, nice and secure, so that that pressure suit functions exactly as needed.
Yeah, there's actually 2 layers of zippers. That was probably just the external one, so there's a redundancy there. The main pressure is held by the lower set, the more internal set of zippers. Another critical component of the way we do
Core on
things at NASA.
countdown. Seat 1 and Seat 4 are beginning their ingress into Dragon. We are on schedule.
You know, safety always comes first. We always have a lot of built-in redundancy to each system, including the spacesuits, to make sure that we can keep everyone on board safe. Another big difference that I'm sure Andy and Satoshi are feeling right now is the difference of the seats between Dragon and the Soyuz spacecraft. You know, you have a much more natural kind of sitting position in Dragon, a lot roomier for you to stretch your legs a little bit. their heels will actually be kind of clipped in, not clipped, but there's a little runner there that you slide your heel in. It's a little notch in the boot. You slide that onto the boot plate to help secure your feet for the launch and landing process. But while they're sitting there on the launch pad, they can take a foot out if they want, stretch a little bit, and move around.
Kind of like a ski boot and a ski, or a cycling shoes that have those.
Yeah, kind of like that cycling shoe, but a little bit of a different mechanism. It's just kind of a front to back slide. You can see Andy looking up at the displays there. Looks like he's configuring something or checking something on the monitors. And Satoshi and Constantine getting strapped in. They have their little satchels, that's what they call them, on their knee there. They have a tablet, so they have procedures on the tablet. If they have a few small items that they might need during the ascent, they can have them in that little satchel as well.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of NASA's SpaceX's mission known as Crew 7. Good morning to you. It's 12:48 Eastern Time here in Florida. And we're showing you live coverage here at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, joined by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, giving us some great insight tonight. If you'd like to ask a question of Jessica, just jump on our social media channels, Facebook, X, and YouTube. Put in the hashtag AskNASA, that you can see at the bottom of your screen, and we'll get that question on the air.
Here's some helicopters in the distance, maybe clearing the range, checking up on things, making sure that everything is good in the surrounding area. The Ninja in there making those final configuration checks, making sure the crew is strapped in correctly to be safe and comfortable.
Another one of the key components on making their way into the Dragon is being aware of FOD, right? Foreign object debris. That's a big deal in space flight. They wear special pads on the bottom of their boots that come off once they go in. And then, of course, those technicians want to be aware of anything that falls off the astronauts and make sure that they collect it. You certainly don't want something floating around inside the Dragon when you're launching.
Yeah, and it's true. Everything floats. I remember that when we made it to space, and you never forget that moment when you first experience weightlessness, but everything experiences weightlessness. So any little particles that were down on the ground that you don't even see, you don't even notice because they're on the floor, everything kind of starts lifting up and coming up. So you really want to avoid having anything else in there that can float up and get lodged somewhere in the hardware or get in your eyes or something like that. But stuff you never really think about, here on Earth. Those are the little things that make living and working in space more difficult, but a lot more fun as well.
Do you remember anything in particular that floated up that you weren't expecting?
No, not really that I wasn't expecting, but that moment, I didn't know about the little particles or dirt pieces on the floor or stuff like that. I hadn't really thought about seeing those things lift up. But I had my tablet strapped to my leg, and I also had a little stylus that was on a lanyard strapped to that. Your pencil or stylus is floating there in front of you, and you never forget those initial moments of weightlessness. Pretty dramatic when you have that last engine cut off and suddenly you're in weightlessness and it's prolonged. almost everybody has been on a parabolic flight at least before their mission. So you've had some periods of weightlessness, but those are usually only about 30, 35 seconds. So you don't have that prolonged feeling. It's totally different. I felt like a bat hanging upside down, and because the blood is all rushing to your head.
Yeah.
Because of course gravity is not pulling it down to your feet like it's doing for us sitting down here on Earth. Like you're hanging off the monkey bars, that kind of feeling of all the blood rushing to your head, and then it just doesn't go away. You kind of get used to it, and your body adapts a bit and becomes accustomed to the feelings, and you have a little bit of a redistribution of your body fluids, so things change over time. But yeah, I just felt like I was hanging upside down, and here you are.
You notice that, I've noticed that when I'm watching interviews on the International Space Station, some astronauts will look fuller in the face, and that's got to be exactly what you're talking now. Their blood pressure and all the pressure of the fluids internally are now going to distribute differently in space, right?
Yeah,
you actually look different.
Yeah, the pressure kind of remains the same, but you have a redistribution of where the fluids are. So
Okay.
yeah, exactly. You have this upward shift because we're not pulling things down with gravity. So yeah, some people have a much fuller face.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. It gets rid of those under eye bags and wrinkles. Very flattering, microgravity.
Okay. I remember what you did on International Women's Day. You wore a dress.
I did. Pretty sure that was the first dress in space.
I think it was. And that clip really stands out online.
Well, I think it's important, to represent everybody.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so nice about the makeup of our office and of the partner agencies now is that you do have so much diversity in the office. Astronauts don't just look like one thing anymore. They don't come from one mold. We have people in our office that are, still the traditional military test pilots like the first astronauts, but we have scientists of all types. We have medical doctors. We have engineers. We have men. We have women. We have people from all different ethnicities and backgrounds. And, that makes it just a much more interesting place to work. There are so many studies on the ground, right, that show that we have more successful, more productive teams, and we have that kind of diversity and actually much more job satisfaction as well.
Mm. I believe we have a social question as the astronauts are getting comfortable in their seats, got their harnesses on. Coming up in a little bit, we'll be articulating their seats up to launch position. And here's our question from Savannah again, who is here taking everything in with the NASA social group. How is it decided, Jessica, who gets to go up on each designated mission?
Well, it's certainly not decided by us, I can tell you that. And we have a chief astronaut for each space agency, and for us that's Joe Acaba. We talked about him. We saw him in the suit room, and basically that chief gets to decide who is the right person to fly for each mission, and we get approval from people above him, his bosses as well. But he's really responsible for forming those crews and getting everybody assigned on their missions and making sure that he has a nice crew complement.
And there's certain skill sets. All astronauts, as you mentioned, are not the same, but then there are skill sets that once combined with a crew
Dragon, ready for comm check.
are complementary.
Copy, Dragon. Stand by for umbilical comm check.
Yeah, absolutely. Now for the space station, we all have the same training. So everybody is trained on everything from science to spacewalks to flying the arm.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
Loud and clear, help me.
Core, loud and clear.
Has you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
This one has you loud and clear, how me?
Core's got you loud and clear.
So I have you loud and clear. How me?
Core's got you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Tech Dragon, roll out.
So we just got good comm checks with each of the crew members aboard Crew 7. Going from left to right, we have Konstantin Borisov,
SpaceX Dragon ready for seat rotation.
Andreas Mogensen,
Copy, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
Okay.
Jasmine Mobelli, and Satoshi Furukawa.
And Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Copy.
So there they go. With a big wave as they rotate the seats upwards so they can be better configured for launch, of course, and also they'll be able to see their display panels directly in front of them.
Yeah, and the main reason why we want to launch and land in that position is for the G forces, the gravitational forces that we experience. You know, get up to 3 or 4 Gs on launch and landing, on a nominal launch and landing. And when you take those G forces through your chest, so when you're on your back, those forces are coming straight down, so they're hitting through your chest. That's much easier to deal with than if you were sitting straight up, then they were hitting your head. That would really drive the blood out of your head, and that's why, you know, if you're flying a jet, that kind of
Dragon
thing.
SpaceX, seats are in the launch position. You are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
SpaceX Dragon copies, proceeding to Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
So yeah, if you're a pilot and you have those G forces that you're experiencing while sitting up, the blood can drain from your head, and that's why you can get dizzy or lose consciousness, and you have a G suit on, or maybe you do different maneuvers to help counter that. So it's much easier on the human body to take those G forces through your chest. And we train in centrifuges as well so that we become accustomed to what those G forces are, how they feel, and make sure that you can still feel comfortable, function with what you have to do. For me, for the Soyuz training, we did a lot of that in Star City with the centrifuge. We went up to 8 Gs, and we also did some landing profiles under the G. So you're in the centrifuge and you're controlling where your descent is to make sure, you know, what that would really feel like for the real day. And actually, I was pretty surprised. You know, taking those Gs, as we said, through the chest is a lot easier to deal with.
8 Gs is a lot, though.
8 Gs is a lot, and that's a lot more than you would experience on a normal launch and landing, but that would be for the Soyuz for a ballistic entry. If you had something a little bit off nominal with your re-entry and you went into that different type of profile, you could experience around 8 Gs. So that's why we train for that. The SpaceX crews do centrifuge training as well here in the U.S., and I'm not sure what the maximum of that profile is. They probably fly similar. I think they actually fly the real Dragon profile for launch and landing, which would be up to around 4 Gs.
We're getting great stuff from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down to liftoff of Crew 7. Now just T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes and counting. But hey, you don't have to be an astronaut to share in this experience, folks. Take a look now as our Crew 5 astronauts explain how you can get your virtual guest passport and be part of the excitement.
Did you know there's been over 1 million registrations in NASA's virtual guest program since May 2020? From your neighbor to the Crew 5 astronauts, you might be surprised who is a NASA virtual guest.
Do you have Mars 2020? I do. Do you have James Webb? Sure do. Do you have Crew 5?
Well, I've got it here, and you guys have it here, but I missed it here.
We conducted over 200 science experiments and technology demonstrations on our mission. We loved being part of Expedition 68. We even remembered a virtual guest passport for Einstein, our freefall indicator, but we forgot to register and missed the stamp.
Even if you're doing existing research, never miss a stamp from NASA's virtual guest program. Whether you're en route to the International Space Station or located anywhere around the globe, register at nasa.gov/virtual guests to receive updates on missions and milestones. As a virtual guest, you will receive curated resources and a stamp for your passport following a successful launch.
Remember, you only get the updates and stamp if you register.
I joined. I won't miss it next time.
If you missed the QR code, you can jot this website down. Just register on nasa.gov/virtual guest. It's all one word. You can see it on your screen along with the QR code.
Be our guest. We want to have everybody here with us along with our mission. It's incredibly important to us. This isn't our mission, not as the astronauts or cosmonaut on board. This is everybody's mission. All of our agencies, all of our countries, really the entire planet and all of humankind. And we really do take that seriously. It's a lot of responsibility, but we want to be able to share it with everybody. It's an important part of the job. Good view of their boots there. It's the second iteration of the boots, I believe, or maybe even third. The early Demo 2 and earlier missions had a different style boot.
Yes, Andreas Mogenson's knees and boots are prominent in this particular shot. And once they test again, the pressure suits, we'll see those inflate, and the crew members will kind of get a little bit of a zombie look to them. Arms will come up a little bit because, yeah, when your suit's pressurized, it's going to make you look a little inflated.
Yeah, and working against that pressure, it's kind of like squeezing an exercise ball. All of your motions are a little bit more difficult to accomplish in that pressurized state. But of course, that pressurized state is really only there to protect us. If for some reason we had a depressurization in the capsule, at any time during the space flight, those suits would inflate and they would protect us, still provide us with the air that we need to breathe and protect all of the systems of our body. So that's why we wear them. Nominally, during the mission, you would never have it inflated at all, just during these pressure checks to make sure that it works.
You would never wear this suit outside of the Dragon. This is just in case, something breaks the hull or somehow you lose your atmosphere inside the Dragon.
Right, absolutely, that's correct. So the spacesuit that we wear to do spacewalks on the space station, the Extravehicular Mobility Unit, or the EMU, much different than these suits.
Dragon, we copy and concur 4 good suit leak checks. Closeout team will be performing its final closeout steps. You are go to proceed to Section 4 and report when ready to close the side hatch.
Text Dragon, also proceeding with Section 4 side hatch closure.
Good news. 4 good checks. You can hear Jasmine speaking to the ground and getting ready for those next steps.
And the SpaceX team and Crew 7 is right on schedule. We got a split view now. On the left, you're looking inside the Dragon spacecraft, Crew 7, and on the outside, technicians working to inspect the seal, both on the inside of Dragon and on the outside, before they close that side hatch.
Dragon crew is ready for side hatch closure.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, really important.
Copy,
to make
Dragon.
sure
Crew is ready for side hatch closure. At this time, we are also going to proceed into our pre-launch comm checks.
want to make sure nothing is along that hatch seal. Even a hair, something as small as a hair, can disrupt the seal. Another reason why those ninjas are all really covered up so that they don't, have anything fall in when they're going in and out of the hatch.
In fact, we did have a hair breach the seal and had to reopen it up on a previous mission and get it cleaned out.
Exactly. Another reason why we do these checks, to make sure everything is in the proper configuration before we go.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
Core has you loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC, on countdown 1, comm check.
DC, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. And Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD, Dragon has you loud and clear. How me?
LD, loud and clear. Let's go fly.
Let's do it.
And Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Dragon copies.
So we just had the communication checks across the ground stations and the TDRS satellite network. You need a lot of ways to be able to communicate with a spacecraft when it's accelerating at a high rate of speed going up to space, and then of course once it's in orbit. You're watching live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA's Daryl Nail, joined by NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down to liftoff. Crew 7 got up early this morning, T-minus 7 hours. Had their medical checks, their pre-launch meal. Got suited up at roughly around T-minus 4 hours. Drove out to the pad. Arrived at the pad at right around T-minus 3 hours and change. And since then, they've gone up the launch tower and into the Dragon, where they are strapped in, secured, had their suit leak checks, individual comm checks, and spacecraft communication checks. And now we are awaiting the closure of the side hatch. And we've got a range of time in which this can happen.
Yeah, we're looking pretty smooth so far. Those good leak checks, good comm checks. Crew is all situated and ready. I think those feelings of anticipation are building up now as they start thinking about what's going to happen in 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
It will be exciting, and we will have all the best views. It certainly will be exciting, and we'll have all the best views as they go into space. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of SpaceX and NASA's Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station from here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We have beautiful weather for launch. We are 95% go. It doesn't get any better than that, Jessica.
Wow, I don't think I've heard a number that high for a while. Yeah, sounds great.
The 45th Space Wing started going to increments of 5 percentage points. They used to do just 10, but then they changed it to 5. Now the best you can get, it used to be 90%. Now it's 95%.
All right.
Can't ever get 100, though. It just has to be, 95.
Well, we've got a lot of overachievers on board. That's probably difficult for a lot of people in our office not to get that 100%. It is Florida, though. It's always unpredictable around here with winds, with thunderstorms, clouds. Luckily, we don't see any of that tonight. Or this morning, I guess I should say.
This morning, indeed. 1:15 a.m. Eastern Time right now here on the East Coast of the United States. If you're watching over in Europe or Japan, well, it's closer to the afternoon, especially over in Japan. Of course, we have JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa. That nation, a strong participant.
"7:16 a.m. in Copenhagen," so Andy's fans are probably waking up. What a great way to start their day over there in Denmark. Great start to a weekend on a Saturday morning.
Absolutely. Wake up, have a cup of coffee, and watch your countrymen go to space. And once Andy, speaking of Andy, once he arrives at Space Station, he'll be able to take over as commander of the International Space Station. That's quite a responsibility.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it's a nice experience to be able to have some different representation in those roles. He's not the commander of this vehicle, but he'll be the commander on board the ISS, and each of those carries a lot of different responsibilities. And So our next step will be closing that side hatch. Is that right? Waiting for that move?
Yeah, that's right. We expected that at T-minus 2 hours and 13 minutes, but they have a window of time in which they can close that side hatch. And then they'll pressure test it, do the leak check on the side hatch. There's a lot of margin built in to the timeline. So that in case they have something come up, they have time to work it. We've seen that happen on a few missions prior.
Getting some more thumbs up from the crew. More waves.
And Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team is taking its final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
SpaceX Dragon copies. All items are secure.
Just like we mentioned, want to make sure that things aren't going to be floating away from them in the launch environment. Straps and Velcro are your best friend when you're in space.
I've always likened that call to the stow your tray table and put your seat upright, you know.
No in-flight service for them, but like that question that was asked earlier, there will be water and snacks.
And as we await side hatch closure, if you've got a question for our own Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut, just punch up hashtag #AskNASA on the social sites, Facebook, X, and YouTube. Jessica's doing a great job answering those questions and sharing her experience when she went to space. Here's a question at Spacecraft 2-7. What is the main purpose of Cruise 7's mission to the space station?
The main purpose of Crew 7's mission is to support the International Space Station in all of its science and operations during their stay there. So what does that mean? You know, now that we are at assembly complete for the space station, which we reached back many years ago, 2011, I believe it was, assembly complete, we have much more time for doing what we call utilization. So any type of scientific experiment or something that is flying as a hardware demonstration, those are our most important objectives, that science that we are getting done. Of course, you have to do maintenance as well. You need to fix the toilet, change the light bulbs. We don't have those plumbers or electricians coming up to help us out, so we have to be able to do all the work ourselves. We do spacewalks. We have to do certain repairs outside the space station. All of those things are part of a nominal mission. Visiting vehicles will be coming to the space station with all of the cargo on board. We'll have to fly the robotic arm, capture those, and unload them. And we could talk a little bit about the science as well. You know, there are some interesting experiments that are on board with this crew. One of them is the crew themselves. We have a big physiology study called CIPHER. I think we're going to hear more about that later in the broadcast from some of the scientists involved. But that's a comprehensive physiological suite. It's about 14 different studies that are really targeted at comparing and contrasting different mission durations. So, you know, we have had short shuttle missions in the past. We have typically 6-month missions on the space station, and we have a few that were more around the year mark. We want to see if there are differences in different lengths so that we can try to forecast ahead toward our really long duration mission, which will be to Mars. You know, that mission right now with current methods
and
of
Dragon
technology
SpaceX,
will be about 3 years.
We are commencing a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
So when you go to Mars, it takes about 6 to 9 months to get there, 6 to 9 months to get back. You want to spend a good amount of time there on the surface as well to make it worthwhile. So that's why we call it about a 3-year mission. And we want to understand the physiology involved in that kind of length of a mission. So that's really what this CIPHER study is designed to get at. Try to understand the differences between these short and longer. You know, what happens between 6 months and a year? Is there just a plateau that is reached? Do things stop changing? Or do we have a linear increase in certain parameters or that kind of thing? We want to understand more about those experiments. There's a sleep in orbit experiment that sounds pretty interesting. I think Andy will be a subject for that one. I'm not sure, maybe someone else as well. That uses an earbud EEG, an electroencephalogram, to measure brain waves, look at brain activity during sleep. So pretty cool EEG on board. You know, I speculated that it would be so cool to have an EEG on board crew members to see what's happening to the brain when you first go up in microgravity for the first time, because you are navigating in this three-dimensional environment for the first time. You know, sitting here, of course we're in 3D, but we're not really using things above our head, in the ceiling, on a ceiling, and that kind of thing. On the space station, we use all of the planes. We use the floor, the ceiling, all of the walls, all equally. And so you're navigating in this different way, and these different pathways are really forming in your brain in order to accommodate for that. It was a really interesting feeling I felt during the first few weeks I was in space, where I felt like my brain would actually do these flip-flops. If I went from the floor up to the ceiling and I was working there, you know, here on Earth, when we think about how we navigate and move around, it's all in relation to down, because we have this gravitational vector pointing down toward the Earth. When you don't have that in space, you know, suddenly there's no right or left. And if I'm up on the ceiling working, my brain would kind of reinterpret that as being the floor or the deck, as we call it on the space station. So then when I, you know, lifted my head up, I didn't know which way to turn, because, you know, I was on the ceiling, but my body felt like it was on the floor. And that takes a couple of weeks for your body to get used to. And I think these new neural pathways are forming. And such an interesting thing for me as a physiologist, because I felt like I could really feel that happening.
And Dragon SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Go for Dragon.
Okay, Jaws, we'll keep this one short. At this time, the Dragon team and F9 teams are not tracking any issues, and you couldn't ask for better weather. How copy?
Dragon copies. Good to hear.
So you feel that up in space. You feel the difference of how your brain has this remarkable plasticity. Your brain can adapt in this new way. And after a couple weeks, I didn't feel that anymore.
You're saying you actually felt?
Yeah, you could sort of feel this flip-flop. It's a strange thing to kind of describe, but you could sense it almost. And then a few weeks later, that feeling was gone, and I was, you know, more effortless in terms of navigating around the space station. You become really graceful in your movements. You know, just the tip of a finger can push you off toward one direction. So it's really interesting to see how the brain and the body are so moldable and adaptable and ready to just, you know, take on whatever new environment it comes across.
Wow. And that CIPHER study that you mentioned, that in dual components there, right? Not only physical, but also psychological.
Yes.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And both of those factors are involved in that study. So it should be pretty comprehensive and give us a lot of data that will be really critical toward those future missions.
We'll learn more about that study coming up in our show inside of T-minus 1 hour. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we are 2 hours out. You're watching coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're looking down at the Dragon and the Falcon 9 rocket out at pad 39A. It's been a smooth countdown so far. Countdown proceeding nominally. Onboard Dragon spacecraft endurance. We've heard the communication checks between the Dragon team and the crew. We saw the astronaut seats. They were also rotated into flight position. We got the suit leak checks successfully completed. The closeout lead verified the cabin environments were good. We got the side hatch closed. And then after all that, the SpaceX closeout team will perform the final leak check on the hatch. Closeout team will actually depart the pad at T-minus 1 hour, and you are the ASP, the astronaut support person for Crew 2. You're still there, right? Yeah. Is the ASP still there, or have they departed?
You leave with the closeout team.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody remains on the pad for the launch. That would be bad.
Well, absolutely. I was wondering if they had already left, but
No. Right
all
now
leave
they're
together.
still there. Yeah, that's right. So Anne is still there, probably hanging out somewhere around that phone area,
Yeah.
and then she will leave with the closeout team.
Anne McLean, she's talking about, spaceflight veteran, NASA astronaut. And there she is.
There she is, yeah.
So those technicians, they stand by at that location. They are just on the other side of the crew access arm in the launch tower. And then you have a designated SpaceX team that is inside that white room. And as they continue to check that side hatch, been getting some great stuff from Jessica. Just fascinating to listen to you talk about all the aspects of space flight and the experiments that are going on and what it was like for you. We certainly know that space flight is not child's play, but did you know that every Dragon astronaut crew brings a stuffed toy with them? Its purpose? Well, when the toy starts floating, the crew then knows that they have reached 0G. That's the confirmation. And there's been a few of these over the years. Of course, as we've done our missions, that toy is called a 0G indicator, and there's been 8 on Dragon so far. Starting with this little guy, Plush Earth, floating around by himself in the first uncrewed flight test in 2019 called Demo 1.
That was Anne McLean again.
And it was, once she was on Space Station. This is a sequin bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor, picked out by Bob and Doug's sons. Then we go to Crew 1, Baby Yoda. The first stuffed animal, there's a penguin, Gwyn, the penguin, with Crew 2. And then Crew 3, the turtle, classmates Raja Chari and Kayla Barron, of course. And then you see the first humanoid. That was the Einstein doll floating around. There he is. We spot shadowed him. And then here, inside the International Space Station, there's Suhail, the mascot for the United Arab Emirates. So the question is, Jessica, what did Crew 7 bring?
You know, I do know what they have, but I'm not sure if we're supposed to reveal it quite yet. We're going to wait for the view? Let's wait for the view.
Let's wait.
When we get it
Dragon,
in the view...
SpaceX, nominal side hatch leak check.
I can tell you about mine. On Soyuz, we have this tradition as well.
Dragon copies, nominal side hatch leak check.
Good call there, though, on the side hatch leak check. That's good.
My commander brought... It was a small stuffed unicorn. I think it was from his daughter. So that was what we had to demonstrate microgravity for us. And really for everybody watching. Because that's, you're still strapped in during all those moments. So it's difficult to tell if there's any weightlessness yet or any relative motion. But that's why you have the microgravity, the zero gravity indicator. Not truly zero gravity, so it's a microgravity indicator, I'd say. Or even sometimes called a 1G indicator, because you can see when you're back in 1G when you're landing as well.
So you use it on the way down?
I think so. I'm not sure if the Dragon they still have in the capsule on the way down, if it's secured or not. Yeah, it's a fun tradition, though, and it's, a group activity, or at least usually up to the discretion of the commander. Who's going to choose it? Maybe it's your first space flight. Children are often involved, so everybody gets to play along and have a role and see that microgravity indicator launching.
And while we've got a moment here, Jessica, we want to catch everyone up on our preparations for our first launch of a crew around the moon. First in more than 50 years. Let's take a look at our Artemis Moon Minute. For the first time, Artemis 2 astronauts got an up-close look at the Orion spacecraft that will fly them around the moon. Astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen visited Orion at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
And it looks amazing. Their handiwork is gorgeous. I'm ready to take it for a spin.
Until launch day arrives, the crew is training at the Johnson Space Center in Texas. They use the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, a giant pool, to practice safely getting out of a floating mock-up of Orion. And it's not an easy task. Navy divers in rafts will harness and hoist the astronauts into the air by helicopter, where they will be taken to a nearby Navy vessel. Back at Kennedy, we got a look at the brand new Artemis crew transportation vehicles.
So the first 9 miles of the journey to the moon starts in these crew transport vehicles.
On launch day, these fully electric, zero-emission vehicles by Canoe Technologies will reunite the Artemis 2 astronauts with Orion at Launch Complex 39B. NASA's powerful moon rocket, the Space Launch System, and Orion will carry them on the rest of the 250,000-mile journey to the moon. And that's your Artemis Moon Minute. For Artemis updates, please see the QR code on your screen right now. Or you could visit the website at nasa.gov/Artemis 2. Certainly, you know all the crew members for Artemis 2, but also friends with the A2 crew, and 2 of them, Christina Cook and Victor Glover, were even part of your astronaut class, the 8 Balls, right? 2013?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I am good friends with all 4 of them, and especially with those 2, with Victor and Christina being my classmates, it makes it even more meaningful. When you are classmates with new astronauts, there were 8 of us, of course, called the 8 Balls, and they're like your brothers and sisters, truly. They really are. And I know if anything happened day or night, I could call on any one of them, no questions asked. And it's really, really exciting that we're going to be sharing this moment with them. When I was on board, I even had, at one moment when I arrived, we had 4 members of our class. Half of our class was actually on board the space station at the same time.
Oh, wow.
Nick Hague was still there for the first 8 days of my flight. Christina, as we just talked about from the Artemis 2 crew, she was up there already.
Of course, the historic all-female spacewalk.
That's right.
2019, yeah.
And Drew Morgan was there as well. So there were 4 of us from the class. And that was truly something we never thought would happen. A lot of times, especially in the past, you would see if a rookie astronaut flew their first time, often they were with more experienced people. So you didn't have a lot of rookies all at once, or 4 of your classmates at once.
Yeah.
And so in the end, that's how it happened for us, and we couldn't have been happier. It's, again, you're flying with these people that you're already so close with and know each other so well.
And of course, half that class was women, right? It was four men and 4 women.
Yeah, that's right. That was the first time that we've ever had that 50-50 ratio. We still don't have a 50-50 ratio in the office, but we're trending in the right direction. I think we have about maybe 35% women right now, but heading in the right direction, really like all the STEM fields. And that's why it's such an exciting time when we are starting to have more equity from different backgrounds in everything that we do.
As we look at the launch pad there, pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, the Falcon 9 rocket, and the Dragon spacecraft on top. We're counting down towards the next few milestones, and we're waiting for the closeout team to leave the White Room and then eventually drive away. That'll be at T-minus 1 hour and 44 minutes, and then a few minutes after that, they'll drive away from the tower. There you see them by the elevators, wrapping up their work on the launch tower, and of course taking a lot of that equipment with them that was being used to cool off the astronauts. And so while they finish their work, let's learn more about what the astronauts are going to do once they arrive at the International Space Station. Let's take a look at their mission overview.
Our Crew 7 mission will take our 4 crew members to the International Space Station, which is, think of it as an orbiting laboratory around the Earth.
In the broadest sense, Crew 7 and Expedition 70 is about the exploration of space, because a lot of the science and technology development that we do on board the space station not only benefits future missions to the Moon and Mars, but it also benefits humanity and it benefits the Earth.
The main topic of our work is always science, so we have numerous scientific projects and scientific experiments which we are part of.
We're doing science and research on ourselves, our human bodies, and how we react in space so that we can eventually go further in the solar system.
Using the long-lasting microgravity environment on board the International Space Station, which we cannot obtain on the ground, we can perform many scientific research that makes our life on Earth better.
Well, with my international upbringing, I'm especially proud of the fact that our Crew 7 mission has 4 different astronauts from 4 different countries.
And it's just something really special when you think about we've all come from very different backgrounds. We have different cultures and different traditions, but we share those with each other.
Working as a team, we can back up each other and accomplish the mission easily.
And I hope that this is something which can show the world how we can achieve big things when we cooperate and we work together.
It's a human being's instinct to broaden our boundaries.
Humans have always wanted to push the boundaries. We're curious beings. We want to know what is out there.
We want to see what's behind that hill. We want to see what's behind that sea. We want to see what's behind that planet.
Every time we've explored in the past, it has been beneficial to humans and to humankind. We always learn and develop technologies that help us. We learn more about our home planet.
We travel out into space to gather knowledge, to expand our understanding of our world and the universe, and return that knowledge to the Earth, to humanity, for the benefit of us all.
Welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where teams work around the clock to monitor work and life aboard the orbital laboratory. Mission Control Houston is essentially the nerve center for operating the International Space Station, working in tandem with our partner agencies and providers around the globe. Together, we've ensured the station is ready to welcome Crew 7. Leading the team inside the room right now is Flight Director Chris Dobbins. He will lead the joint NASA-SpaceX Go, No-Go polls once we're in integrated operations with mission controls here in Houston and SpaceX in Hawthorne, working together to bring Crew 7 to its new home in space. Like many launches to the International Space Station, today's launch has an instantaneous launch window, meaning the crew must launch at exactly 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time to line up with this space station. Launching at that time puts us in an orbit where Dragon's thrusters, which don't have the same power as Falcon 9, can carry Crew 7 the rest of the way to the space station. When Crew 7 arrives at the space station, they will no longer be referred to as Crew 7, but rather as Expedition 69 flight engineers. They'll be declared Expedition 70 once the Soyuz MS-23 departs in a few weeks with NASA's Frank Rubio on board. He will land September 27th with the longest single spaceflight by a U.S. astronaut with 371 days in space. Once on board, Crew 7 will conduct a direct handover with Crew 6, and Crew 6 will remain on board the station until their scheduled undocking day. A direct handover also helps ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the space station, a record approaching 23 years in duration. After docking and hatch opening on Saturday, Crew 6 will give Crew 7 a safety briefing and orientation, which might be particularly helpful for the first-time space flyers on this flight, NASA's Jasmine McBelly and Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. As the station is first and foremost a laboratory, the crew will jump right into conducting experiments with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights. For now, we'll send it back to you, Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. Back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, looking at pad 39A, the rocket and the spacecraft that will go to that destination that Courtney just gave us an update on, the International Space Station, which of course is flown from Mission Control in Houston. Give you an update on what's happening out the pad. We've got the crew inside the Dragon spacecraft. They are buckled in, plugged in, ready to go, had their comm checks completed. And right now, the closeout crew is making their way, finishing up their work and making their way out of the launch tower.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
So that means they're out of the crew arm. You can see them going down the steps to the elevators and then back down to their vehicles to clear out of the blast danger area. There you see their vehicles awaiting them, the 3 Teslas that took the astronauts to the launch pad. They will take the closeout crew out of the perimeter of the launch area, and they will stand by at an area a good distance away from the launch pad. We're 1 hour and 41 minutes and counting until liftoff, and as we look at the pad and think about traveling to the International Space Station, we talked about the crew and how they'll be performing many groundbreaking science experiments. Let's take a closer look now at some of that science they'll be doing.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
The orbital perspective that we have here on the ISS is just absolutely amazing. Earth is gorgeous.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
great overview of some of the science being done on board. And Jessica, you've looked into this mission, of course, as an astronaut with the Astronaut Corps and a scientist yourself. You're pretty curious about some of the science that's going up on this mission.
Yeah, we talked about some of the experiments already, the CIPHER, physiology and psychological experiment, the sleep in orbit experiment. There's another one that I find particularly interesting. It's called ISS external microorganisms. So this is a really cool one because for the first time we're going to be taking samples during the spacewalk to determine whether or not the space station releases microorganisms through things like life support vents. So we'll be swabbing and collecting these samples to try to understand how far they go, how many of them are there, how far they travel, and get a good idea for what it would be like. In particular, if we think about going forward and being good stewards. Now, I like to think about when we travel, we need to be good stewards of our planet. So if we're going to the surface of Mars one day, we need to understand what kind of contamination we might be having and what kind of effect we might have on that planet. So this microorganisms experiment will help understand a little bit more of the impact that we have. And to me, that is the ultimate experiment because it is science and a spacewalk at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
My two favorite things. So if I could knock both out at once, I mean, that would be incredible.
A double winner right there. And so they're going to actually swab the outside of the space station?
Yeah, they're going to collect those samples during that spacewalk.
How about that? Now, what are these vents that you're talking about? What are they venting?
So some of the vents are for the life support system. So, we are introducing an atmosphere into the space station to give us the air that we need to breathe. And so there are some vents associated with life support systems in general, stuff that is off-gassed or released to the external environment.
Out into space.
That's right. Yeah.
And so you're wondering if by chance there could be some microorganisms out there growing, which would just blow my mind if there were.
Right, and perhaps rapidly evolving in the space environment.
How about that? Fascinating. And as a scientist, Jessica, you did a lot of work early in your career. You've talked a little bit about that. And it calls back to an experiment that is worth mentioning now that had some amazing results. And when you were working on this experiment, it even got a catchy name called Mighty Mouse. And I was wondering if you could share a little bit of that with our audiences. This is a mission to the International Space Station, and science is at the forefront. You were involved in an experiment that had some pretty incredible results.
Yeah, the Mighty Mouse experiment is one of my favorite ones to talk about for a couple of reasons. One, I'm a physiologist, as we mentioned, and so there's a lot of similarities between the work that I've done and working with animals. This experiment looked at the myostatin and activin pathways. So these are very important molecular signaling pathways that influence muscle degradation or breakdown. So on the Earth, the researchers involved here have identified these as very important for providing possible targets to prevent muscle and bone loss. So you can see a picture here. These are two of the mice in question, the Mighty Mouse experiment. I think it's pretty obvious to the naked eye, even without a scientific background, that they are very different. So what you have here is what we call a wild type mouse on the left, the smaller mouse, just the normal mouse. And then on the right, you have a Mighty Mouse. And this was accomplished in two different ways in the experiment. One, by creating a myostatin knockout mice. So this means that this mouse actually does not have the gene for this pathway. So as you can see, this mouse, these myostatin knockouts, have 2 times the muscle weight compared to the other mice. So because you're blocking that pathway, degradation is not inhibited, and they have much more muscle on board. And you could feel that in the mice. When I was doing the experiment, holding the mice, you could feel how strong they were and how much bigger they were. Interestingly, when we treated another set of mice, again, just the normal mice, with a therapeutic agent, they also did not lose muscle or bone mass in space. What I'm pointing to right there in this picture, this is a bone densitometer. So we were actually putting the mice into this bone densitometer and imaging their bone density while they were on board the International Space Station to get these images, because we're looking at not only muscle, but also bone. These pathways are important for both muscle and bone. And why is this important? this is important for a lot of different reasons. First of all, here on the ground, we have a lot of different disease states that have different types of bone loss or muscle wasting, muscular dystrophy, osteoporosis, heart disease, any kind of disuse wasting of the muscle for like elderly people or bedridden people. And if we can understand more about the mechanisms involved in these pathways, we can help those patients. And the other interesting thing about this experiment in general is that it also has applications to space. You know, you saw a video earlier of us exercising in space, incredibly important part of our day. We have 2-hour blocks on our schedule because if we don't exercise every day, we will have significant muscle loss and bone density loss. We have these really large systems on the space station, these pieces of exercise equipment to keep our bones and muscles healthy. But when we talk about going back to the moon, going to Mars for long periods of stay, we'll have smaller capsules. We won't have these big pieces of equipment. And so we might need to employ some of these strategies that we're learning about on the International Space Station. So that's why this experiment is such a favorite of mine. It really touches life back here on Earth, helping patients with various disease states. Also is applicable to the future of space travel as well. And even I'll cap it off with a really interesting story of the investigators. Se-Jin Lee and Emily Germain Lee, they met back in college. Se-Jin was working on the myostatin pathway, the one involved in the muscles, and Emily, before she was his wife, she was already working on the activin pathway, the one involved in bone. And they realized, although they were working separately at the time, they had this very complementary system that worked in concert. And if they worked together, then perhaps they could solve some of these even bigger questions. They were incredibly excited. They had always dreamed of having an experiment of theirs fly in space, and they had demonstrated these concepts on the ground. So it was really cool to be part of this team and watch that experiment come to fruition and to have such dramatic results. Again, those mice that were treated with this therapeutic agent did not lose muscle and bone density in space, while the ones that were not, just like us, had dramatic losses in both of these. So really interesting to see that these agents were successful in space and the applications it might have for the future.
And amazing that it was, an experiment. The results, of course, incredible, and they obviously, you can see them in the photo of the mice and how it turned out. But I mean, this experiment was right in your wheelhouse, right? All of that came together. Both the scientists, you up on board the International Space Station as well. I remember reading. I looked into the study a little bit in preparation for the show, and space was said as the ultimate bed rest, right?
Yeah.
Which is not good if you're trying to maintain that bone and muscle mass.
Right. We need to make sure that we can bring astronauts back to be healthy. And when we think about going and walking around on the moon and Mars, we need to make sure that astronauts are healthy when they get there as well. My colleague Drew Morgan and I were super excited to be performing this experiment in space. He's a medical doctor by background, and me as a physiologist. We were utilizing our own backgrounds, and that was another one of the big contributions that we felt we made. And we even ended up on their scientific publication as well.
How about that? Well, thank you very much, Jessica, for sharing that outstanding science. T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes and counting. We're awaiting the launch escape health check. And then in a few more minutes, we'll get to our chief engineer technical poll. We won't hear that over the loops, but marching slowly to the T-minus 1 hour mark, and activity will really start picking up. Until then, let's take a social question. I've been getting them all night. Keep them coming in. Hashtag Ask NASA. Here we have at Indiana Jonas. Do you have a favorite item, Jessica, that you brought with you to space?
Yeah, I think we'll actually have a chance coming up here to show some of the items of things that I brought to space. So I won't spoil the surprise quite yet of everything. But, a lot of times astronauts will bring pictures of loved ones, whether it's a physical picture or just something that we can bring up, sent up on a computer or an iPad. And we like to bring things that represent our different backgrounds, for representing universities we went to, clubs that we belonged in, because, We've talked about it a little bit already, but this is not just our mission. This is really for everybody, and we want to carry that enthusiasm and that excitement with everybody to show them that they are a part of it. So there are so many things. You wish you could bring more because our capacity is very limited, but we have to think long and hard about which items we'll bring up with us.
Well, let's talk about that flight kit a little bit more. Each Crew 7 astronaut is allowed to bring a few personal items with them for their roughly 6-month stay in space. And we're holding your item as a surprise. Let's take that crew shot and we'll talk about what they're bringing up. You see all the way to the left, Konstantin Borisov. He's bringing up his son's first toy, going left to right. Next is Andreas Mogensen. He picked the zero-G indicator along with his children, and he kept it a surprise. And so we're waiting to see that. We're going to see it float in space. We'll learn more about that in a bit. And then to his right is, of course, the commander, Jasmine Mogbelli. She brought 2 dragon stuffed animals, one for each of her twin girls, and she's going to show them floating around in space to her girls. So we're going to take a little video, send that to them. It's a touching thing to do for your young kids. And then all the way on the right, Satoshi. He's bringing photos of his family and friends and photos of current students at the school he graduated from.
Yeah, we take a lot of pictures of these items floating around the space station, usually in front of in the cupola, so you've got the Earth in the background. And actually, it's difficult to get some of these photos sometimes. You get a little air and some ventilation, an object gets caught in the ventilation. It's not floating exactly, just staying still where you want it. The light changes all the time in the cupola, so you have to kind of master out this system to get proficient at it, to take these pictures, because it can take quite a bit of time. But it's so important and so meaningful for the people back on the ground that we do our best to capture as many of them for the loved ones that we have and for everyone down there, because it really does mean so much to everybody.
Wouldn't it be better to have video rather than a picture of something floating around?
Yeah, we do video too.
Okay.
But you're right. A lot of times it's just a still image that we have, but depends what you want to use it for.
Great stuff there by Jessica Muir, NASA astronaut, with us on the broadcast. Thank you very much, Jessica. And continuing to count down, 1 hour and 25 minutes and counting until liftoff of Crew 7. You're watching NASA's coverage. When these astronauts go up to the International Space Station, they'll spend about 6 months up there working scientific experiments that you just heard a few of them from our astronaut co-host. And then they'll come back down, and one of the traditions we've just started to see now is the astronauts coming back to the Kennedy Space Center to talk to the folks that help support the mission. And there's a lot of people here at the Kennedy Space Center working behind the scenes to make those launches a success. And recently it was the Crew 4 astronauts that took time out of their busy schedules to say thank you to the Kennedy team, and we've got to look at that.
It is very surreal to drive around the grounds. The last time we were here, we were in quarantine, and so we were very isolated. We got to have our families around us, but we didn't really get to interact with a lot of people. But we could see all the hustle and bustle that goes on in order to make it possible for us to launch.
It is hard to imagine looking over at the gantry from here, thinking back to when we were sitting on top of a rocket. It is a pretty amazing place to be able to come back to. Kennedy really has a special place in my heart.
I think it was really important to all of our crew to have this opportunity to come back here and just thank the workforce here, our team members that made this flight possible. You know, I think as we think about spaceflight, it is not anywhere near an individual type of accomplishment.
Yeah, just absolute gratitude for the teams of people that just ensure our safety, ensure that there's always an eye looking over every piece, every detail, and ensuring that launch goes off without a hitch.
So many of you have been a part of that journey. Your investment, your expertise, making us successful in our work and getting us home safely. And we're grateful for the work that you're doing.
So it is incredibly special to be back here and get to actually interact and thank all the people that contribute to the mission and were able to get us off the ground and bring us home.
It's just an amazing place, just such a talented pool of people that enable such amazing expeditions to fly out of the Kennedy.
So it's really cool to be back here and to get to meet the people that are making all of that happen.
You can really tell all those smiling faces just how much that meant for Crew 4 to come back and share their time and their words with the team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Well, you're looking live at Launch Pad 39A, the Falcon 9 rocket, and Dragon spacecraft. We'll start fueling up the Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes and counting. But in between this time and that time, got a few more milestones to go, including arming the launch escape system, rotating that crew access arm away, and then, of course, having the pole for the readiness to tank the rocket. This view right here, you're looking at special guests that have gathered at the Banana Creek facility here on the Kennedy Space Center. Launch watchers. Got a big group here, which is impressive because it is 2 a.m. Eastern Time, but it's always exciting to take in a crewed launch when you know that you've got astronauts going up on top of a rocket. And so they've all gathered pretty early in the morning here and pretty early in the countdown. An hour and 21 minutes to go. It's great to see the crowd out there at the Banana Creek viewing site. Got about 6,000 people who are at various viewing areas around the Kennedy Space Center. Banana Creek is one of them. Also got folks along a causeway that's just across the water, watching from those locations. Of course, we've got special guests up at a building we call the Operations and Support Building. We've got our own Jasmine Hopkins up there who will be interviewing some special guests here in the final hour. And they're joined by several hundred VIPs who are taking in the site from the 5th floor up there on the balcony. It's a great view up there as well. We've talked a lot about the different astronaut classes this evening. Of course, our astronaut co-host, Jessica Meir. She's from the 8-ball class of 2013. Our crew tonight, the commander, Lieutenant Colonel Jasmine Ogbeli, is the only NASA astronaut going up on this flight. It's a multinational flight. but she is one in many and a highly accomplished group of astronauts selected in 2017 and nicknamed the Turtles.
But I think for me what's really special is that we all just come from such a diverse set of backgrounds and experiences. We have scientists, engineers, people from all different walks of life.
We're just really, really fortunate. The team that selected our class, I think, just did an amazing job at really looking at how personalities meld together.
That's what I appreciate the most, is just the way that we're able to enable each other's strengths and lean on each other in ways that bring us together and bring us closer as a group.
We all care so deeply about each other. We have such an amazing relationship across the entire class, and just what an amazing group of people.
We've been able to really lean on each other and our expertise in different moments where it's most applicable.
Jasmine is an amazing person. Our class is incredibly close, and she is just an amazing leader, an incredible pilot, and a great choice to be the commander of Crew 7.
And that's one of the biggest blessings of being up here for so long for me, is I'll have flown with pretty much half of my class.
We now have a continuous turtle presence in space, which started with Crew 3 when Kayla and Raja launched, which we look forward to Jasmine carrying forward.
So the Turtles class, an amazing class. They were the class that was selected just after my class of the 8 balls, and pretty cool that they have this kind of run of the space station right now. I remember when we were saying that about the 8 balls, but Jasmine will be joining her classmates Frank Rubio and Woody Hoberg on board. They are already up there awaiting for her. And then Laurel O'Hara will be joining from her Soyuz launch in the middle of September. So pretty exciting to have all of those turtles up there at once. And I know that's how it felt for me. Daryl and I were talking earlier about when I arrived on the space station and we had 4 members of our class all up there at the same time. And in thinking about it, I think I've talked about all 7 of my classmates during this broadcast. You've seen photos of most of them in the previous coverage. And it just shows how we really do become like a family here at NASA in the astronaut office, especially with those classmates. We talked about my classmate Ann McLean. You saw her as the astronaut support person on the pad, helping the crew with all of those final preparations. We saw Christina from the spacewalk footage from the spacewalks. Actually, we did 3 spacewalks together, Christina and myself, during our mission. And you saw Victor and Christina in those Artemis images as well, as they are now in training for the incredibly exciting Artemis 2 mission. You saw some footage of Nicole Mann and Josh Cassida from their recent mission on board the space station. They were on Crew 5, so again, carrying that legacy with them. We talked a little bit about Nick Hague earlier as well. Nick was there on the space station when I arrived. And I talked about Drew Morgan just recently with the Mighty Mouse experiment. Drew was the astronaut that I was up there. Actually, I didn't spend a day in space without Drew. He was there for the entire 7 months of my mission. I was up there for 205 days, so almost 7 months. He was there already when I arrived, so he was up there even longer. He had about a 9-month mission. So there you have it, all members of the class. We've been represented in this broadcast, but it's not about us today. It's about those turtles. So more about them. We are so excited to see Jaws on her way, headed to join her classmates, Frank and Woody, up there. You know, we have right now on the space station the 4 crew members that flew up on Crew 6, of course. That's Woody Hoberg, Steve Bowen, Sultan Al-Nayati, an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates, and also Andrei Fadayev. They arrived on the Crew 6 vehicle, so they'll be departing about 5, 6, 7 days after Crew 7 arrives. They'll have a handover period so they can really get accustomed to everything that's going on, hand over whatever information they need, and then they'll depart. And then we have Frank Rubio and cosmonauts Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin. So this crew will be joining the 7 crew members that are already up there until that handover period ends, and then the 4 from Crew 6 will depart. The Soyuz crew is scheduled to land, I think, September 27th. So Frank will finally be returning home from space back here to the U.S. And his mission was extended, so he will have been up there for over a year when he lands.
finally, and he's going to break the record, right? Longest
That's
continuous stay in space.
That's right. It has been an incredible mission for him, but of course everyone is very excited to have him back on the ground as well.
And I'm sure he will be just as excited to be back on Earth and be able to visit his friends and family and take a hot shower.
Showers are always very welcome when you come back. You know, you do get surprisingly, you feel very clean on board. I was surprised by it, but it's kind of like a sponge bath that we get up there, but you really do feel clean. And part of the reason why is you just don't feel as dirty as in space. You know, not even your clothes are really resting against you when you're in microgravity. Everything's kind of floating. You don't go outside and get sweaty in the hot Florida humidity like us sitting here in these chairs getting a bit hot. You just don't experience that because you're never sitting down. You know, you don't.
But you are perspiring, right? That you're losing water through the skin.
Sure.
But it's not sitting there, right?
Absolutely. You still have all the same physiological mechanisms going on, but it's a temperature control environment, so you're not really sweating throughout the day aside from when you exercise, and then you do sweat quite a bit. Okay. And it's really cool to see because the water, it doesn't just fall down, doesn't fall off of you like it does here on Earth. It'll kind of accumulate until a force acts upon it. So you might have a ball of sweat kind of growing on your head, for example, if you're Victor Glover, you don't have any hair up there, or Luca Parmitano on my mission. And yeah, it behaves differently until it'll come off in a with a
just
once
dispersing.
You have motion imparted onto it.
How about that? Great stuff from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we count down 1 hour and 11 minutes until liftoff of Crew 7 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. If you're here with us in the area and you want to hear the call-outs live as they happen, you can hook that up on amateur radio. The VHF frequency you can see on your screen, 146.940 megahertz, and on the UHF radio frequency, 444.925 megahertz FM mode. And you can hear that throughout the county here on the Space Coast. So we're a little over 1 hour until liftoff. And this is a continuation of regular crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil. SpaceX's Crew 7 mission will be the company's 8th crewed spaceflight for NASA, following the crewed test flight Demo 2. It will also be SpaceX's 11th crewed spaceflight overall, including the private orbital mission Inspiration 4 and Axiom missions 1 and 2. Our crew at the very top in the spacecraft Endurance. It will be the third flight for that Dragon that you see right there on top of the rocket. The Falcon 9 booster, well, that's a brand new one. Booster 1081.
M1D
on its first
and
flight.
MVAC fuel bleed has started.
As they are reused more and more. Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, you were talking about the booster, how, in the reuse booster, you've got that sooty exterior on it, and this is a brand new one. Of course, commercial crew program, they limit the number of boosters in terms of their reflight for use on crew to 5. The Endurance, its previous missions were Crew 3, Crew 5, and of course today, Crew 7. If you're just joining us now, we've had a great countdown so far. Weather is nearly perfect, 95% go. We've got a crowd of launch viewers on hand at our various locations around the Space Center. more than 6,000 people here in the local area. And of course, beyond that, outside the gate, even more. Now, we mentioned this, once we get to an hour to go until liftoff, things will start really picking up. We get close to that go, no-go pole that will arm the launch escape system. And then once that's armed and we rotate the crew access arm away, we'll get the propellant loaded into the rocket at T-minus 35 minutes. That crew pole for readiness happens at T-minus 1 hour. And of course, the pole to load the prop is at T-minus 55 minutes. At T-minus 45 minutes, there'll be an internal mission control Hawthorne pole, and then the launch director's pole for propellant load. I mentioned the crew access arm. That'll retract when we get to T-minus 40 minutes. And the crew will get the call to close their visors and arm the launch escape system. Of course, once you have the Falcon 9 being loaded with propellant, you want a safety system that will allow the astronauts to get off the top of the rocket in case anything happens, and that automated safety system is in place. What makes it work are 8 Super Draco thrusters that are on Dragon. They would fire and quickly separate the crew from the rocket. And they can do that either on the pad or during flight on the ride uphill. And thanks for tuning in. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 7th rotational flight of astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. NASA astronaut Jessica Meir has been with us over the past 3 hours, talking about Crew 7 as they have prepared for launch. Also talked a lot about science and a phenomenal number of other fascinating topics. We really appreciate you being here. We're now closing in on T-minus 1 hour until liftoff, and your thoughts on how we've done so far?
Things have been proceeding nominally, as we say in the space business. Things are looking good. The leak checks were good. Comm checks were good. The hatches closed. I think we're in good shape. And the weather, what did we say? A 95% favorable odds for weather. So looking good, and I'm feeling good about it tonight. What about you, Daryl?
Oh, I am feeling fantastic, and it's good. We both got the positive vibes going. You mentioned the weather. It's nearly perfect. Liftoff time still holding for 3:27 a.m. Eastern time and 27 seconds if you're right down to the second. We're tracking no issues with the Falcon 9 or Dragon, as Jessica mentioned. The range is green. Weather, good to go. Over the past 3 hours, we want to review now what our crew's been doing, and there you see them. Jasmine Mogbelli, Andreas Mogensen, Satoshi Furukawa, and Konstantin Borisov. They have been getting ready to launch into space. Let's take a moment now to recap the overnight launch preparations. After waking up and having a meal, SpaceX helped the astronauts into their suits, as you can see right here, at the historic quarters suit-up room. Then the crew, well, once they got their suits pressure tested, they walked right out of the same path that every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7, waving to family and loved ones after getting inside their Teslas with the gull-wing doors coming down.
Valve cycle to equalize
They
low
joined
flow
a caravan led by Center Security on a 20-minute ride to Launch Complex 39A.
Big smiles. Big smiles all around.
All the way around. And then following their arrival to the pad, they got a look at their rocket, and in they went, walking across the crew access arm and right into their spacecraft. And those big smiles you mentioned, Jessica, we just saw them right there. Looks like the crew, they're good to go.
They truly are contagious, those smiles. It is difficult not to be smiling and excited when you know you are about to leave the planet for the first time for some of these, for Jasmine and for Konstantin as well.
Absolutely, and a lot of preparations have been brought to us at this point, including a dry dress. A lot of things have been going into this so to get everybody ready. Of course, we had a launch delay yesterday. We stood down for that attempt, but now we're good to go, and we expect to be launching at 3:27 and 27 seconds, our new T0. All systems good to go for launch. Now we want to have our
Dragon,
team.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Dragon copies, go for Section 5.
Okay, and with that call out at this time, we're going to expand our coverage. We'd like to welcome in SpaceX and NASA commentators joining us live from Hawthorne, California, where the SpaceX mission team is located. Welcome to Jesse and Leah.
Thanks, Daryl, and hello to everyone watching around the world. I'm Leah Cheshire with NASA Communications.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, an Integration and Test Engineering Manager here at SpaceX. Leah and I are joining you today from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, as we count down to liftoff of Crew 7 just under an hour from now.
And of course, Crew 7 is our 7th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, but it also comes with an important first. Crew 7 is the first mission in which every seat in the spacecraft is filled with a crew member from a different international partner agency. Represented are NASA, ESA, the European Space Agency, JAXA, or the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Roscosmos. It's also the first time an ESA astronaut has served as pilot of Dragon, so Andreas Mogensen is adding that to his list of accomplishments.
The Dragon flying today will be making its 3rd trip to station, having previously supported Crew 3 and Crew 5. And much like on those missions, our teams will be staffed around the clock in Mission Control, which is just behind us, to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire mission, from liftoff to Crew 7's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts return back home to Earth. On console or headset in Mission Control are 6 key...
SpaceX
our
copies.
6
Crew
key
7
positions.
is go for launch.
The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may hear talking to the astronauts, which we just heard a few seconds ago, is the crew operations and resources engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Apart from Mission Control, our Falcon 9 team is currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X. With less than an hour until launch, they are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and for launch.
And of course, NASA has its own team members at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, who have been preparing the International Space Station for Dragon's arrival. They recently gave their go for launch and confirmed the station is ready to receive Dragon and the new crew. Now, upon liftoff, today's flight to the space station will take almost 30 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
It continues to be a smooth countdown, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff. Coming up at T-minus 45 minutes, the team will report their readiness for propellant load with a final go-no-go poll. In the meantime, NASA's Courtney Beasley is going to help us take a closer look at
propellant load and launch go no poll. Go no go poll is open at 55.80, procedure 1.160.
Thanks, Jesse. I'm here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston. What we have our sights set on today is low Earth orbit, which you'll sometimes hear us refer to as LEO. This is classified as orbits around Earth that are 1,200 miles or lower. There are a lot of satellites in this orbit, including the Hubble telescope and, of course, today's destination, the International Space Station. The space station's orbit averages at 260 miles above Earth, but varies based on its apogee or perigee, the highest and lowest points of its orbit. Being that the space station is 260 miles above Earth, crew members are too far away to make things out like cars, people, or buildings. But they can see other landmarks around the world, and the long camera lenses they use help them zoom in on familiar sights of our home planet. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen captured Cape Canaveral on Florida's Atlantic coast earlier this month, near Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where Crew 7 is launching from today. The contrast of the colors between the Indian River and Atlantic Ocean become much more pronounced from space. And here's a beautiful nighttime shot of the city lights of Mecca in the desert valley of western Saudi Arabia, captured by NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg on July 26th. Human presence on Earth becomes much easier to see at night. And this final image was captured by NASA astronaut Frank Rubio of Vadima Lake, one of the largest in Argentina, on May 7th. Each of these images are taken from the vantage point of the International Space Station that orbits roughly 260 miles above Earth. Satellites collect imagery of Earth too, of course, but the International Space Station is unique in seeing these viewing opportunities because astronauts and cosmonauts can tell scientists on the ground what they're observing and what stands out in real time. We can't wait to see what Crew 7 captures, but for now, we'll send it back to Hawthorne. Jesse and Leah.
SpaceX's ultimate mission is to make life multiplanetary. To get us there, we've been developing a fully and rapidly reusable transportation system called Starship, the most powerful launch vehicle system ever developed and designed to carry passengers and cargo to Earth orbit, the moon, and planetary destinations like Mars. In fact, earlier today, the team completed a successful static fire of our Super Heavy Booster 9, an exciting step towards our next Starship flight test. But you have to learn to walk before you can run, or should I say fly. And our learning started with Dragon, designed from the beginning to transport both people and cargo to space. The Dragon hanging from the ceiling behind us was initially flown to certify SpaceX for cargo missions to the space station.
Dragon launched to space in December 2010 and became the first private spacecraft to return from orbit. 2 years later, Dragon became the first commercial spacecraft to deliver cargo to and from the space station, and in 2020, as we remember well, became the first private crewed spacecraft to reach the International Space Station.
Altogether, the reusable Dragon spacecraft has completed 9 human spaceflight missions and visited the International Space Station 38 times. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond. And these days, we are very much focused on the beyond.
Now, of course, we already have explorers on the Red Planet, paving the way for humans who will arrive in the future. NASA's Perseverance rover landed on Mars in 2021 after an almost 7-month journey. Its mission addresses high-priority science goals and also provides opportunities to gather knowledge and demonstrate technologies that address the challenges of future human expeditions to Mars. These include testing a method for producing oxygen from the Martian atmosphere, identifying other resources such as subsurface water, improving landing techniques, and characterizing weather, dust, and other potential environmental conditions that could affect future astronauts living and working on Mars. Now, of course, Perseverance also brought along another passenger named Ingenuity. This is the first helicopter ever flown on Mars. There's Ingenuity being deployed from Perseverance and those historic flights that we've seen so far.
When the time comes for human explorers, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities on Mars will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew. So we're designing Starship from the beginning to carry hundreds of tons of cargo into space and be able to be refueled in orbit. Before Mars, Starship will play a key role in the exploration of the moon. SpaceX is providing the lunar lander, which will return astronauts to the lunar surface for the first time in 50 years under NASA's Artemis missions. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
Today, however, we are going a little closer to home, and the work we're doing on the space station also paves the way to Mars, but it takes place in low Earth orbit. As Courtney mentioned, the area includes any spacecraft that orbits at or less than 1,200 miles from our home planet. That's pretty close in comparison to our moon, which is almost 240,000 miles away and is referred to as deep space.
Deep space missions like future missions to Mars will challenge us like no spaceflight journey has before when we start looking to send humans millions of miles away from home. Long-duration missions on the space station, just like Crew 7, directly inform how we'll plan to support the first humans bound for the Red Planet on missions that could last months or even years.
So we really look forward to those human missions to Mars. And right now we're paving the way with today's exciting mission, plus through Artemis launches to the moon. For now, I'll send it back to Daryl and Jessica at KSC.
Thank you very much, Leah and Jesse. And to keep our astronauts safe while on missions to the moon and Mars, NASA is working to understand the long-term effects of living in space. Earlier, NASA's Jasmine Hopkins caught up with NASA's Chief Deputy Science Officer for our Human Research Program.
One of the investigations launching on Crew 7 is nicknamed CIPHER, and it will study the physiological and psychological changes in up to 30 astronauts. Joining us now to talk more about it is Kristen Faub from Johnson Space Center. So Kristen, tell me about your title and the 14 different investigations that make up CIPHER.
Yes, I am the Deputy Chief Scientist at the Human Research Program, and 14 research studies, all wrapped into one research complement called CIPHER. What we want to do is study the impact of microgravity on bone, exercise, vision, behavioral health, and not only as individual elements, but how they all interconnect together. And not only do we want to study that, but we also want to understand the impact duration has on the human body and microgravity. This is going to be really important information for us for the Artemis missions and for Mars.
Right, Kristen, and on that note, we have been studying in low Earth orbit for over 20 years now. So how is CIPHER adding into that?
Yes, 20 years, and we've learned a lot about the changes that happens in the human body in space. Plus, we also have learned a lot about the twin study that happened a few years back. So CIPHER is just a build on top of all of that knowledge that we've gained so far, plus all of the technology that we have today, and data analysis. It's a great time to start CIPHER.
It really is. And after the launch of Crew 7, how soon can we expect to get the data back from CIPHER?
Well, once we start getting data, we'll start processing it, and then when we start to understand some of these observations and findings over hopefully these 30 crew, it's going to take time because 30 crew is going to be a lot of information. But once we start to find some interesting observations, we'll let you know.
Absolutely. It will be well worth the wait. Thank you so much for being here tonight, Kristen.
It's my pleasure.
Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine and Kristen. We're going to turn it over now to Hawthorne, California, and check in with our team at SpaceX headquarters for an update on the launch progression. How are we doing?
Thanks, Daryl. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a commercial sales manager here at SpaceX. We are coming up on just about 46 minutes until launch, and our teams are carefully moving through the process to lift off. A lot of preparations have brought us to this point today, including a dry dress rehearsal and static fire earlier this week. For those of you following along, you'll also know that we stood down from yesterday's launch attempt for additional data reviews. But for now, all systems are looking good for launch. So next up, our launch director will check in with the team for readiness, both for prop load and for launch. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they are go by voting electronically. The launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, or MD, on the nets, and NASA launch manager to make sure that they are ready to move forward as well. And as Jesse mentioned earlier, the Falcon and Dragon launch teams, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida. On screen, you have that incredible view of the Dragon spacecraft with the crew access arm still in the service position. The crew right now is on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow the crew arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Great shot of our astronauts there. Once the launch director gives the go-ahead, we should get a good view of the access arm as it swings away from the capsule. The range continues to be go for launch, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad, as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor. And at Kennedy Space Center, weather is looking good for launch. If you're joining us on the ground in Florida, you know it's just about 82 degrees outside with light ground winds. Overall, we are looking good for launch in just about 45 minutes with a 5% chance of weather violation. Right now, we are listening in for that readiness poll announcement and instructions to our launch team. Again, this poll is going to be the go or no go to move forward with propellant loading for today. As soon as that briefing ends, we should see that crew access arm, which you can see lit up on your screen right now, immediately start to move away from the capsule when that stow procedure begins. Coming up on just 43 minutes to launch. Great nighttime views of our Falcon 9 and Crew 7 capsule there on the screen.
SpaceX Dragon.
Go ahead, Dragon.
We didn't hear the poll for prop load and launch readiness. We're just giving a call.
And sorry, Dragon, I just missed the last of your sentence there. Can you please repeat?
Yeah, from Dragon, we just
polling is
hear
complete.
the poll for
The
prop.
joint NASA and SpaceX teams have pulled go for LES arm, propellant load, and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console, maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent, no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch audio sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Copy, proceeding to arm crew arm for movement.
And with that, we are moving forward toward launch. Propellant loading will begin in just over 5 minutes, but in the meantime, let's check back in with Daryl and Jessica.
All right, thank you very much, Ronnie.
Crew access arm retraction started.
We now have crew access arm retraction. So if you look in your screen, you can see there the crew access arm moving away from the Dragon. Another great shot of it there, articulating away. It takes about 90 seconds to 2 minutes to move away, and this is a critical milestone, Jessica, as that arm moves away, because now that means if the astronauts needed to get off that rocket for whatever reason, they could either bring the arm back quickly, and it can move, as I understand it, a lot faster than it's moving now in the case of an emergency egress, or they would move forward and arm the launch escape system. That hasn't been armed yet. So this is the moving and stowing of the crew access arm so that we can clear that away from the rocket and get ready to lift off. After that,
crew access arm retraction complete.
We're now waiting to hear that Dragon is go for Section 7, closing the visors and arming
Dragon,
the launch
SpaceX,
escape system.
You are go for Section 6, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Well, they changed the number, but it's the same.
Dragon copies, go for Section 6, launch escape system arming.
Same milestone.
I hear from previous crews that this system arms the very loud thump, so they can actually hear that on board.
Which makes sense. You've got those engines, those Super Dracos, which are
Dragon visors closed, arming launch escape system.
right there next to their heads, right? You know, because
Copy, your go.
Right, and sounds like that was Jasmine saying she was ready to arm, and that command can be sent from either the ground or the crew, and the crew is sending that command now to arm that system. And that launch escape system is, of course, the system that will propel us away from the rocket, the crew capsule itself with the crew inside, in the event of any type of emergency with the rocket. And that is, of course, a system that we hope to never use, but it consists of 8 Super Draco thrusters on this Dragon vehicle that are used only for this abort. And we say we hope to never use it. We hope to not be in the situation, but we have had situations where we've had incredible in-flight tests. Unintentional, for example, there was the launch abort for the Soyuz for Nick Hague's first launch in 2018. Pretty exciting event, dynamic time, but something that showed us how robust these systems are. It performed nominally and carried Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin back to safety.
Verified armed.
we've got the verification of the launch escape system now armed. You mentioned Nick Hague. As I understand it, he counts himself having gone to space twice.
That's right, or at least 1.5. But this system is now active. They do that 2 minutes before loading of the prop, since that, of course, then does present a more risky situation with that prop on board, and it will stay armed all the way through orbital insertion. I've also been told by previous Dragon crews that you can hear the system of valves opening and actually even the flow of the fuel itself as it comes on board.
The scenarios in which the launch escape system would be used.
F9 tanks venting for prop load in 10 seconds. Expect loud venting.
There they are warning them about that, exactly what you just mentioned, giving them a heads up that they'll be hearing those sounds.
Yeah, Victor Glover was telling me it's a very noticeable process. You can hear the opening and closing of the valves, and there are these low hums and kind of a fluttering sound as that super cold liquid oxygen and kerosene fill those large propellant tanks, first on the first stage and then on the second stage. Must be pretty exciting to be hearing those noises, knowing what that means and how much closer you're getting to liftoff.
This is pretty unique in the launch industry, right? Where the astronauts are inside the Dragon, inside their spacecraft, as it's being loaded with propellants.
That's correct.
That launch escape system you're talking about, if it were needed, it can get the crew several miles offshore out into the Atlantic Ocean. It's those Super Draco engines capable of moving Dragon half a mile in just 7.5 seconds. So that's equivalent to a peak velocity of 436 miles per hour. So it really moves. It can also get it off the top of a moving rocket as well. So it's got to have that kind of power.
Right, at all those different phases, all the way until they're in orbit. And that's one of the things that we protect for here as well when we look at the weather forecast. It's not just for the actual launch itself, but to protect for any of those contingency landing scenarios in the various areas where they would splash down in that event.
Propellant load has started.
And so now the propellants are flowing into the Falcon 9 rocket. RP-1, refined kerosene, and liquid oxygen, the oxidizer. That part we can see externally because as the liquid oxygen levels rise inside the Falcon 9, it is of course super chilled liquid oxygen, highly densified, and it will super chill the skin as well of the rocket, and it will condense the air around it. And there's been well over 200 Falcon 9 launches, so if you've seen one before, you're familiar with the sight. The rocket condensing that air, that warm, humid Florida air, which we have been enjoying this evening, at least with a light breeze.
That's right. I think it's cooler than Houston anyway, so I'm enjoying my time here.
Good, good. All right, for another update, let's send it out to Hawthorne, California, an update from SpaceX.
Thanks, Daryl and Jessica. Now, before we send them to space, let's get to know our Crew 7 astronauts a little better. We'll start off with none other than the commander herself, NASA astronaut Jasmine McBelly, making her debut spaceflight.
My name is Jasmine McBelly. I'm the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. Baldwin, New York is where I grew up. I always loved team sports from a really young age because you rely on one another, and that's something that I think is really important to know going forward in your career. I joined the Marine Corps. Sure, I wanted to fly jets. I thought you had to be a jet pilot to become an astronaut. I actually went to watch STS-116 launch while I was waiting to start flight school, and Sunny Williams happened to be on that flight. I realized she was a Navy helicopter pilot, and from that point on, I went full steam ahead. All four of us are so proud to represent what is possible when we come together. Ultimately, everything we do is to benefit the Earth.
Right next to Jasmine in Dragon Endurance is Andreas Mogensen, today's pilot representing the European Space Agency and making his second trip to low Earth orbit.
My name's Andreas Mogensen, and I'm the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Copenhagen, Denmark. In 2008, ESA were looking to select a new class of astronauts, and I applied together with about 8,500 Europeans. So I thought, there's just no way that I'll get selected. The chances of being selected are too small. But that changed when we were down to about 20 candidates. My first mission to the International Space Station was on a short 10-day mission. I had to hit the ground running as soon as I arrived on board, and as soon as I landed back on the Earth, I knew that I wanted to go back to the space station. I'm especially proud of the fact that our Crew 7 mission has 4 different astronauts from 4 different countries and 4 different agencies.
Next up, mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa. This JAXA astronaut is no stranger to the space station after spending 165 days in orbit as part of expeditions 28 and 29 in 2011.
My name is Satoshi Furukawa. I am a mission specialist for NASA SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Yokohama, Kanagawa, which is right south of Tokyo. The first human landing on the moon when I was 5 years old. I thought it was a great moment for humankind. I had a longing for space from my childhood. The moment I was selected as a Japanese astronaut candidate, you are hired, you are selected. It was the happiest moment in my life. Crew 7, we are conducting many scientific researches on the space station to benefit future space explorers. I am very proud of being a part of this excellent team of international partners and also researchers, engineers, flight controllers, flight directors, and so on. Because working as a team and working together, we can accomplish the big mission.
Rounding out our fully international crew is Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. He was selected to the Cosmonaut Corps in 2018 and today marks his first flight to the orbiting laboratory.
My name is Konstantin Borisov, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. For those who ask what a space flight is, I would say that we have 3 big jobs on the space station. First job is experiments. Second job is take care of the station, doing the maintenance, repair what's broken, storing things, restoring things, cleaning up. And the third big topic is actually taking care of your body, because in weightlessness you cannot help but train. I think many people don't understand that technology advancement which we have had during the last 50 years mainly comes from space exploration. People get very comfortable with using their phone and have very fast computers, and space motivates us to create those advancements. I want to take part in it, and I want to put my small stone into this pavement which leads us to the new asteroids, to the new planets, and to the new systems.
Now, as we see with all of our crews, these 4 crew members who make up Crew 7 have a mission patch they worked together to design.
The first thing that you notice is the white dragon on top of the Earth, its neck craned into the number 7 for Crew 7. Its tail curves upwards towards a golden star, and they say that symbolizes our ascent towards the stars and the pioneering spirit needed to propel us further into space. The blue, white, and red on the tail are the common colors in the flags of all 4 nations flying on this mission.
Now we are less than 30 minutes to launch, so let's check back in with Daryl and Jessica at KSC, where the countdown continues.
All right, thank you very much. Everything going well with the countdown so far. A little over a mile and a half from the launch pad we're going from today, this morning, 39A, is 39B, where the mobile launcher is back out on the pad right now, going through testing for the Artemis II crewed mission to the moon late next year. Here's more about Artemis in our Moon Minute. For the first time, Artemis II astronauts got an up-close look at the Orion spacecraft that will fly them around the moon. Astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen visited Orion at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
and it looks amazing. Their handiwork is gorgeous. I'm ready to take it for a spin.
Until launch day arrives, the crew is training at the Johnson Space Center in Texas. They use the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, a giant pool, to practice safely getting out of a floating mock-up of Orion. And it's not an easy task. Navy divers in rafts will harness and hoist the astronauts into the air by helicopter, where they will be taken to a nearby Navy vessel. Back at Kennedy, we got a look at the brand new Artemis crew transportation vehicles.
So the first 9 miles of the journey to the moon starts in these crew transport vehicles.
On launch day, these fully electric, zero-emission vehicles by Canoe Technologies will reunite the Artemis II astronauts with Orion at Launch Complex 39B. NASA's powerful moon rocket, the Space Launch System, and Orion will carry them on the rest of the 250,000-mile journey to the moon. And that's your Artemis Moon Minute. And for Artemis updates, there's a QR code on the bottom left of your screen, right there, actually bottom right. You can visit, you can use your cell phone to scan it, or you can visit the website at nasa.gov/Artemis 2. Earlier this evening, our own NASA's Jasmine Hopkins caught up with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, who is here watching the launch from SpaceX's firing room.
Administrator Nelson, today marks a first for NASA, the first time in a single launch that each astronaut represents a different space agency. So we have NASA, ESA, JAXA, and Roscosmos. What do you make of this diverse crew?
Well, it's a sign of our times. We are an international program. For example, we're going back to the moon in order to go to Mars. It's going to be an international mission that will launch with an international crew. So too, tonight's launch is entirely an international crew, save for the commander, Jasmine, an American astronaut. And so here we go. Now, isn't it interesting that what space does in our NASA program, it unifies us. It brings people together. And this is so true with what we're seeing tonight.
Right, and Administrator, you recently visited South America, and later on this year you're planning to visit India as well. Why is it so important for NASA to foster these international partnerships?
They are delighted, indeed, eager to learn more about NASA and to partner with NASA. And so that's what we find when we go to another country. It's usually the president that wants to see us. And for example, in this South American trip, we talked to the president of Brazil and Colombia about what NASA can provide in the way of information from our satellites to help them protect the Amazon rainforest from being destroyed, which is a high agenda item for those countries. Indeed, it's a high agenda item for the entire world. I'm going to India. India is one that we want to have a close relationship with. We've already been doing things such as science experiments with India. We've got a major science program going that will be Earth observing with India next January. But now we're going to train and fly an Indian astronaut. So it is happening as we speak, and the United States has been the beneficiary of it.
Absolutely. Administrator Nelson, thank you so much. Back to you.
As we continue to count down, let's take a closer look at the vehicles that will be taking Crew 7 to the International Space Station today. Starting from the very top of the vehicle is the Dragon spacecraft. In total, there are 16 Draco thrusters Dragon can use in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
And just wanted to note, one thing that we did miss just a moment ago was a call to the crew. There was a sensor issue that they are tracking. However, they are just continuing with the count, continuing.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. A sensor issue. Here we go.
Together, the Dragon spacecraft and
Unbelievable.
its trunk stand over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus one under the nose cone. The
What's
nose
up,
cone
Kat?
opens
I went
shortly
to
after
sleep for 2
launch to
hours. I
expose
feel
the
good.
forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the space
I'm
station.
still waking up, but
Dragon's trunk holds solar cells, which power Dragon while it's in free flight. The trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo, and on some cargo resupply missions, we use Dragon's trunk to deliver the new solar arrays that are being installed on the space station.
As always, Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket, which provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines.
I fell asleep.
Once the first and second stages
What's up,
separate, these
John?
engines are also used to help land the first stage. The first stage will perform
it
3
always
burns
happens, some
today as
issue.
it makes its way back down to Earth. First is the boost back burn, where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite to help flip the first stage around to head back to the launch site. The second burn is the entry burn. That's where a single engine will reignite and shut down to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. And then finally, the landing burn. That'll be where 3 engines will slow down the rocket enough to perform a precision landing back down on landing
Alexa,
zone
turn
1.
on living room light.
Meanwhile, the second stage continues to orbit, powered by one single Merlin
Alexa,
vacuum
dim
engine with over
living room light.
220,000 pounds of thrust. The second stage will secure Dragon's entry into low Earth orbit before separating, leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station on its own thrusters. About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin, exposing its guidance navigation controls that help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
With T0 coming up in just about 20 minutes, our teams at the Cape in Hangar X are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready. Let's check in with Ronnie for a quick status update. How's it going, Ronnie?
Thanks, Jesse. We are still looking good for an on-time launch just over 20 minutes from now, and we'll
Stage
keep
2,
monitoring
RP1
all the
load
vehicle
complete.
systems. There we heard the call out for RP1 load complete on stage 2. So that means we are, of course, getting closer to liftoff. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy, and we're not tracking any major issues at this time. Right now, we're continuing to prep the vehicle for flight, and propellant loading began at T-minus 35 minutes. We also heard the call out a few minutes ago that the launch escape system is now armed. The range, which is monitoring keep-out zones and among other key flight requirements, also continues to report no issues, and they are go to support launch tonight. Weather also looks good, and we are still tracking just a 5% chance of violation at our T0 time. But as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window, driven by the orbital mechanics constraints of 2 spacecraft meeting in orbit. Fun fact, the technical term for that meeting is called a rendezvous. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down tonight because of that instantaneous launch window, and instead target our backup opportunity, which is tomorrow at 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. But for now, with all systems go, let's turn it back over to Courtney for a status update from Houston.
Thanks, Ronnie. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are ensuring that the space station is ready to receive Dragon. They're also checking all communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly, and right now everything is proceeding as planned. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the station will monitor the autonomous docking of Dragon tomorrow when they enter joint operations, which happens when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, which is an invisible boundary that helps us monitor spacecraft arriving and departing. After docking, the crews will perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the hatches both on the Dragon side and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to happen about an hour and a half after docking. Once on board, the astronauts will be greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for opening remarks for the new crew members. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Chris Dobbins is on console overseeing the team for launch, and Flight Director Judd Freeling will be on console tomorrow for docking. That's it from here in Mission Control Houston. I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Daryl, how's it looking?
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. And if you just joined us, T-minus 17 minutes and counting from the 7th astronaut rotation mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Commander Jasmine Mogbelli, pilot Andreas Mogensen, or Andy Mogensen, and mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa and Konstantin Borisov are strapped into their seats inside the Dragon Endurance. They're at the top of the rocket. Falcon 9 rocket fueling That operation is
Usually
well
they show
underway.
them
Launch
inside.
escape system is armed. Of course, that means Dragon is prepared
And
to launch
Dragon
itself.
SpaceX, stand by for an update on the sensor. Teams are still discussing and looking for our path forward.
Oh, here we fucking go.
As you just heard there, SpaceX is
SpaceX, Dragon copy.
looking at a sensor issue.
Oh, that would suck.
And so trying to determine if the sensor is giving good data, good reading, or if
Startup stage 2, lock floating.
they're looking at something else. Of course, we'll keep close tabs on that. In the meantime, propellant load continues.
I think sometimes you have hits on sensors for other reasons. We want to make sure that we are getting an accurate reading of what's happening with the system they're looking at. Probably trying to decide if it's a real signal or if it's a hit from some other reason.
There's a lot of redundancy in the systems, as you mentioned, and those sensors have to make sure that the engineers understand exactly what they're looking at. So we'll, again, keep tabs. In the meantime, here's a little bit about Crew 7. Lieutenant Colonel Jasmine Mogbelli, a military helicopter test pilot. There she is. She hails from Long Island, New York. She's a mother to 2 twin girls, and she is the mission commander. This is pilot Andy Mogensen's second trip to space station. His first was as the flight engineer for the ESA IRIS mission in 2015. Mission specialist Satoshi Furukawa's interest in space began when he was 5 years old and he saw the Apollo 11 moon landing on TV. And mission specialist Konstantin Borisov was selected to be a cosmonaut in 2018, and this will be his first trip to space. We've got more than 10,000 people all gathered, including these folks. Some special students. Those kids are, I should call them kids, they're students, right? College students. They're part of the First Nations launch, and they're giving us a big wave from the Banana Creek viewing location. They're from the University of Washington, University of Colorado, and Queen's University. They're visiting as part of NASA's First Nations launch, an Artemis Student Challenge, where they design, build, and launch their own high-powered rockets. And those students that you saw there in the stands, they were the grand prize winners. So welcome and enjoy the launch. T-minus 14 minutes and counting. Awaiting Crew 7 are 7 crew members at their destination at the International Space Station. I caught up with 3 of them as they were zipping around the Earth.
Hey, Daryl, good morning.
Well, good morning to you, Frank, Stephen, and Woody. Okay, minutes away from liftoff. You're inside the spacecraft. What's it like?
The rocket is a living, breathing machine. We fuel the Falcon 9 rocket on the pad while the crew is on board. I expected that my heart would be racing, but actually it was just so much like training that I felt quite calm.
Well, I'm sure calm will give way to excitement, right? When Crew 7 comes aboard. What do you think that'll be like?
More than anything, it's your friends coming up to station, right? And so you get to hug and greet your friends that you haven't seen for several months. And it's always just a really fun reunion.
You know, they're coming on board. They're going to live on board. It's really exciting to greet them as new friends and crewmates.
Well, those new friends and crewmates, will you have any advice for them when they come on board? Like things to do, things not to do?
The awesome thing is that we have an amazing ground team that catches all of it and keeps us honest and keeps us out of trouble. And so you can just kind of relax and enjoy it and just allow yourself to take it in, because it really is a pretty special experience.
Really enjoy your time up here with the people, with the environment, and with the opportunity to work up here and look at the Earth. It's really amazing. Just really enjoy it.
All right, speaking of enjoyment, do you have a fun way to confirm that you're in space, something you can do? You want to give that move a score, Jessica?
I don't know. It required assistance from 2 crew members, so I don't know. I'll give it an 8.5.
Okay, that was very kind. All right, well, before the Crew 7 got into their spacecraft, they got a picture with the Falcon 9 booster that will take them up into space. There they are on the business end of those 9 Merlin engines. Once we leave planet Earth, these fine folks at Johnson Space Center will take over.
Dragon
This is Mission
SpaceX,
Control.
We are still continuing to assess that sensor and proceeding with the count.
Okay, so as you heard, they're
SpaceX Dragon copies, continuing with the count while the Q's assessed.
still working the sensor, but at the same time continuing to load the propellants on board Falcon. So Jessica, as we count down these last few minutes, you've got the launch team. They're taking a look at a sensor and some of the readings there. At the same time, we're proceeding forward, and they're communicating with the astronauts inside. And so as we get down to these final minutes, any thoughts?
Yeah, the sensor.
This is an exciting time for the crew. You know, they're probably running through some checklists of their own right now. They may be pretty busy in there, going through those same things that they've done in their simulations so many times before. But I bet it's getting pretty real right now, and hearing those calls about the sensor probably raises a few questions as well, but I know the ground will keep them informed as we go. 10 minutes, it's getting very close.
Indeed it is. And tracking everything are Leah and Ronnie at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Will take us through the rest of the count.
Thanks, Daryl. Our next major countdown event will be at the T-minus 10-minute mark, so coming up here,
And
when the
Dragon
Falcon 9
SpaceX,
launch
stand by for display configuration.
There we go ahead and have the Dragon astronauts are standing by for display configuration, which will let them know that we are even closer to liftoff. The launch commit criteria that we're waiting to hear that call out for are specific thresholds and pieces of information about the entire Falcon 9 system needed to make sure that the rocket is healthy. Of course, we do have many systems in place to ensure that the rocket and crew are both safe leading up to liftoff and during flight.
Coming up on 9 minutes until liftoff today, which is also about the same amount of time it takes to get to orbit, a 9-minute ride. That's about the time we'll see second stage cutoff. A few minutes after that is when we'll see Crew Dragon separate from the second stage. And we'll be listening to some performance calls as we get into the final countdown, of course, and then after liftoff. On the ground, you'll hear SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster performance, and other key milestones. But there are some other calls you'll hear the crew make also after liftoff. These are different abort zones. They come in the form of different number and letter combinations. And these are throughout the flight up the eastern seaboard. So the first two are 1A and 1B. They have that name because they're in the first stage. That lasts until they're up to the very north of North Carolina. And the next are 2A through 2E. Those come into play when the second stage is powering Dragon. That takes us from the top of North Carolina all the way to the tip of Newfoundland in the northern Atlantic. Now, a little bit different from the other naming system, you'll hear the call Shannon, which refers to Shannon, Ireland, meaning they would target off the coast of Ireland if they were later in that second stage and needed to abort. You'll hear those different calls throughout the flight uphill, along with key performance callouts from the guidance, navigation, and control officer, as well as the propulsion lead.
One of the next callouts that we're listening for is the announcement that Stage 1 engine chill has started. Right now, the propellant in the tanks is isolated from the engines, but at T-minus 7 minutes, we'll open up the engine pre-valves and start passing just a trickle of liquid oxygen through the Merlin engine pumps, chilling the engines for the start sequence. We do this because the super chilled and densified liquid oxygen is really cold, and we use that small amount of LOX to basically prepare the engine hardware. There's the call out for engine chill. So now we're basically preparing that engine hardware to flow all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight. Next up, we should hear the call out for stage 1 RP1 load completion.
And Dragon SpaceX, stand by for final go, but please confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, crew displays are configured for launch.
All right, we heard their crew displays. Those 3 screens from which they can monitor the mission are configured for launch.
Stage 1, RP1 load is complete.
In confirmation that RP1, the densified kerosene or the rocket fuel that propels the crew into orbit, loading is complete on the first stage. We did hear the second stage was completed a short time ago as well. Now T-minus 6 minutes until launch. We are still loading liquid oxygen on the first and second stages. This is the oxidizer we need to combine with the densified kerosene that just finished loading. Coming up, we will hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition to internal power at about 5 minutes until launch. Then we'll hear the propellant tanks on Falcon 9 are getting ready to pressurize, adding some additional rigidity and structural support as we get ready for the strong back to retract. It'll move just a couple of degrees at first, and then we'll see it swing open completely at the moment of liftoff. That strong back provides access to Falcon 9's fueling lines and umbilicals for the prop load and the different gases being loaded on board. So we're continuing to check through a couple more fueling milestones, including one around the 2-minute mark, where we will hear that the liquid oxygen is finished on board the second stage.
Dragon is configured for terminal count, and Dragon's on internal power.
Falcon tanks are pressurizing for strong back recheck.
So there we heard the call out that we are preparing for strong back retract. And as Leah just mentioned, the strong back is that white truss structure that you see on the left side of Falcon 9. Got a better shot of it right there.
Strong back is retracting.
Just before lift. There we heard the call out from Mission Control that we are retracting the strong back now. The strong back is part of the transporter erector, which was used not only to roll Falcon 9 out to the launch pad, but also to raise it into its vertical position. It will retract just about 2 degrees first after those clamp arms open up around the base of Dragon's trunk. And then just before liftoff, we'll actually go all the way back to 45 degrees retracted to give Falcon 9 and Crew 7 room for liftoff.
Now under 4 minutes until launch. Next up, we're looking for the first stage liquid oxygen loading to finish at T-minus 3 minutes. You're starting to see some white clouds on your screen. That is vapor, it's normal. We'll continue to see that build up as we get closer to launch. Obviously, this liquid oxygen that we're loading is super chilled, so a little bit of that will boil off in the hot Florida air.
Stage 1 LOX loading is complete.
Great view of Crew 7 there inside of the Dragon spacecraft, awaiting liftoff just under 3 minutes from now.
Dragon is in terminal count.
Here we go. Go, Dragon, go.
Now about 2 minutes and 30 seconds until launch. Next milestone, we're looking up for stage 2 LOX load to complete. Additionally, shortly after that, we'll hear gas closeout begin, isolating the feed lines from the different gas systems for the Falcon 9 rocket. Those will get vented overboard through the umbilicals and the strong back itself.
Stage 2 lock floating is complete.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Confirmation that stage 2 LOX load is complete. Dragon and Falcon 9 fully fueled.
Gas closeout has started. Expect loud venting.
There's the gas closeout call that we expected. Additionally, we will be in auto idle. This puts the rocket in a state the flight computers understand before it takes over, making sure the transition to final countdown is smooth. Coming up at T-minus 1 minute, we'll hear that Dragon is in countdown. Its computer will switch to countdown mode. We'll also hear that the flight termination system on Falcon 9 is armed.
That's it, 1 minute.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon's in terminal count.
We're going.
Dragon's flight computer in countdown and configured for launch, and the flight termination system now armed. Less than a minute until liftoff today.
Dragon, SpaceX.
This flight termination
Go for
system.
launch.
Go for launch.
Dragon copy, go for launch.
You heard it, Crew 7 getting the go for launch, just
T-minus
30
30
seconds
seconds.
away for an on-time launch. At the time of liftoff today, the space station will be flying 260 miles over southeastern Iraq.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine full power. And liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, go Crew 7.
Endurance ascends, an international crew
Copy, 1
destined
Alpha.
for the International Space Station.
Stage 1
That's
propulsion is
1.7
nominal.
million. Good calls from the propulsion officers here. Propulsion's nominal. 1.7 million pounds of thrust on Falcon 9, taking Crew 7 to the International Space Station, now traveling almost 300 miles per hour.
Nominal power and telemetry.
We are just about T
Stage
plus
1 throttle
45
down.
seconds into the 7th rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9. And right now the vehicle is throttling down to help us pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure. There's the call out that Crew 7 is now moving faster than the speed of sound.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Confirmation we have moved through max Q and are throttling back up.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
Heard that call from Jasmine on Crew 7, as well as confirmation from the ground. The call out for 1 Bravo means we are in the second and final abort mode for the first
MVAC
stage.
chill
We're
is
continuing to
underway.
get good performance. We've got engine chill on the second stage MVAC engine. We will then be looking for MECO, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages, separating. Then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite. We are now coming up on 2 minutes into the flight, the spacecraft traveling over 2,000 miles per hour.
Really incredible nighttime views of Falcon 9 and Crew 7 on your screen right now. So as Leah just mentioned, we are keeping an eye on a couple of critical flight milestones coming up back to back here.
Stage 1 throttle
Those are
down.
going to be MECO. So main engine cutoff now that we're throttling down stage 1, followed by stage separation and second stage ignition.
Main engine cut off. Stage separation confirmed.
There we go.
Copy, 2 Alpha. MVAC ignition.
So there you heard and saw Miko stage SEP, and hopefully you heard Jasmine call out for the 2 alpha abort mode just before second stage ignition.
And of course, this is the second stage, powering Dragon on its flight, now traveling almost 4,000 miles per hour. Over 3 minutes since launch, the second stage will continue to power the spacecraft. And our first look at the crew inside. We'll be standing by for SECO. That's the next major milestone for this second stage engine. That comes shortly before 9 minutes into the flight, so we've still got some time on this engine.
So right now, while Crew 7 makes its way to orbit, our first stage booster is making its way back to land. So you may hear the call-outs here on the net shortly that we are in the middle of our boost back burn.
You gave the okay sign.
Right now, stage 1 is coasting.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Good call-outs there that Dragon is on the right track. And confirmation from Commander Jasmine Mobelli.
Continuing to see good performance on this lone Merlin vacuum engine on the stage. Also, as we've heard, nominal trajectory. That's the guidance, navigation, and control officer here at SpaceX stating that we are on the correct path. Dragon's pointed in the right direction. The second stage continues firing until, like we mentioned, second stage engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the flight. Right now, we are 4 minutes and 30 seconds since our on-time liftoff, now traveling at 5,000 miles per hour. This single Merlin vacuum engine can provide over 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of space, doing its job to take our crew to the International Space Station today.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
More good news from Mission Control.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
So with that Bermuda call out, we actually know that the ground station transmitting this flight data back to us is coming from Bermuda.
The crew is currently pulling a little more than 1 G as the second stage engine continues to propel their flight. Continuing to hear good calls to the crew, now 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the flight, traveling at 6,400 miles per hour. Again, we will continue to see the second stage fire for about 3 more minutes. Shortly after second stage engine cutoff, we will see it separate from Dragon, which will continue its journey.
Now, at this point in the flight, we are just about 15 seconds away from stage 1 entry burn start. At this point, the center engine on Falcon 9 will be lit for just about 10 seconds to help us slow the vehicle down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. That's not the only thing helping us on re-entry, though. The first stage sees high drag on re-entry, which scrubs roughly 70% of the velocity by the time the landing burn begins, which you just had great views of on the left-hand side of your screen. Florida Space Coast beginning to come into view in the background.
Amazing.
All while Crew 7, of course, on the right-hand side of your screen lit up by that MVAC engine, continues on its way to orbit.
And we are now coming up on... Continuing to get good calls as we reach almost 7 minutes into the flight. Crew traveling at 9,400 miles per hour. Again, we still have about 1 minute, 45 seconds left with the second stage propelling the crew.
And of course, we are also expecting that landing burn start from Falcon 9 any second now. Great views.
Wow. Right on the pad, look at that.
Stage 2, FTS has saved.
Amazing.
Great news there that Stage 1 has successfully landed back at Landing Zone 1 in Florida.
Telling you, never ever gets
And
old.
Stage 2 continues to propel Dragon and our Crew 7 crew members. We now are coming up on SECO, second stage engine cutoff. Again, looking at that about 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the flight. Everything continues as planned today, now traveling over 13,000 miles per hour. Again, we're looking for eventually a good orbital insertion at which we'll be traveling.
Tonight there is a Starlink launch too. I think it's at 9.
Good
9-ish.
calls here at Mission Control in Hawthorne. And we are standing by for second stage engine cutoff.
Copy, Shannon.
Heard that call for Shannon. That is the call out for Shannon, Ireland, the final abort zone.
That was a fast 7 minutes. I see
MVAC shutdown.
High Fall, Michael, David, Kathy, Genghis.
There's audio confirmation, and you can see on your screen that we have had successful second engine cutoff 1 of our MVAC engine.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Dragon.
And good news there that Crew 7.
Nominal orbital insertion.
Dragon SpaceX. Launch
Awesome to
system
hear.
Disarmed.
Now the Russians into it.
That's the first look at the crew, now in microgravity, confirmation of a good Earth orbit insertion. We are now coming up on 10 minutes into the flight. Of course, we saw second stage engine cutoff, and you're actually getting a look at their zero-G indicator there. We'll stand by for them to tell us a little bit more about that shortly, but we are also standing by for second stage separation from Dragon.
Acquisition of signal, Newfoundland.
So as Leah mentioned, right now, Dragon and Stage 2 are still attached. Great views of that zero-G indicator there. And what we're doing right now is basically letting any residual dynamics of the vehicle settle out prior to separation. We are expecting that separation event in probably about 90 seconds. Crew looks like they're having a great time up in space, too.
And as we stand by for that separation, shortly thereafter, we'll be looking for the nose cone to begin deploying. That command will be sent, and we'll see it open shortly after. We'll need the nose cone to open to expose those forward bulkhead thrusters, as well as the docking mechanism with which they will use to link up with the International Space Station. After their ride, it's almost 30 hours long.
They're having fun. Good for them.
Again, we had liftoff right on time today at 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time. The crew making a smooth journey into orbit. It's now been 11 minutes, 20 seconds since that liftoff. We had confirmation of good orbital insertion, and we are standing by for second stage separation from Dragon.
Can you imagine next year Artemis 2 going around?
Great views of Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California.
And then hopefully
And the SpaceX team standing in the background,
hopefully in
standing by for Dragon separation.
5 or 26 landing on the moon. That's gonna be insane with Artemis 3. You want to talk
Of course,
about,
you also have continued telemetry readouts from Dragon and Stage 2 in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
Dragon separation confirmed. Crew 7, on behalf of the Falcon team, I'd like to welcome you to orbit, and we hope you enjoyed the ride on Falcon 9. Space travel is difficult, even though you make it look easy, so thank you for trusting us to get you up there. It's not a bad way to spend a day in the office. Stand by for words from the launch director.
There they go.
Hello, Crew 7. This is Launch Director here on Countdown. On behalf of the entire SpaceX launch and recovery team, I'm honored to welcome Dragon's first ever all-international crew to orbit. Счастливого пути, Gotor, Iterashai. Godspeed, Crew 7. Cheers.
SpaceX, thanks for the ride. It was awesome. On behalf of Andy, Satoshi, Koshi, and I, we'd like to thank the multitude of people who've led us to this unique moment. We may have 4 crew members on board from 4 different nations, Denmark, Japan, Russia, and the USA, but we're a united team with a common mission. We hope the work we do serves to benefit our beautiful home planet and those on it. As you said, human spaceflight requires an unparalleled level of vigilance and rigor, and we thank all those who prepared not only us, but also this truly impressive spacecraft for flight. Finally, to our families, carry the greater burden of our choice to explore. Thank you. Go Crew 7. Awesome ride.
Really incredibly moving words from Commander Jasmine Moghbeli now that she and her international team are up in space. That is going to end our coverage from Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage, like Leah mentioned, just about 30 hours from now. But for now, I'm going to hand it back over to Daryl and Jessica.
So this is, by the way, this is the storm that's heading to the Gulf. Let's see if they updated it. So if you live in the Gulf, please watch your weather. Midweek, you might have a hurricane coming into the Panhandle. And yes, they shifted it more to the east, the west now. Let me see what the Euro is saying. This is something to watch. The Euro has it more to the east. And it looks like this thing might be hugging the... Oh, they made it even more. Hugging the Carolinas. But thanks to land interaction, it won't be that bad. But you have definitely a hurricane offshore of the Carolinas with the Euro model. And that is not good. The Euro model, and now it looks like it's going to head out to sea. Depends here, because there's a high pressure right in there. Where is it going to steer it to? We shall see. But that's the Euro model, taking it up the southeast coast. The American has it going into the Panhandle Wednesday. So they're off by a few hundred miles. So if you live in the Gulf Panhandle area, points east, you need to watch this storm. Because the two models have it just separated by a few hundred miles. One takes it inland and stalls where they'll get a lot of well-needed rain. The other model takes it across Florida Peninsula and takes it up the Carolina coastline, which would not be good. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that moving forward. So I just want to say goodnight to everybody. Hope you enjoyed that. Like I said, Artemis 2 is the one I'm looking forward to, but really Artemis 3, when finally astronauts land on the moon again. That's hopefully going to happen by 2026. They're still saying 2025. I'll say 2026. But that's gonna be something, and hopefully it happens. So we'll see. Anyway, have a great morning to everybody. Be well, be blessed, be safe. To James, to David, Starseed, Genghis, Kathy, Bob, Highfall, Michael, and anybody else who may have been watching and stayed up late. Well, for me, I went to sleep for 2 hours. And woke up to watch this part now. And John, there's John. Good night, everybody. See everybody tomorrow night. There is a Starlink launch tomorrow, but I got to work till midnight tomorrow. So, there goes that. Ugh. Anyway, love to everybody. I'm out of here because I got to get up early to deliver a telescope in the morning.